I'm the founder of Eden Wellness. Centonomy one-on-one. One thing I've taken home is the only way and the only hack about the money game is to get into it and stay into it. The classes that we are going in, that we have learned, the 12 weeks we've gone through it, they are to enlighten you, that to make you face yourself on the areas that you're having shortcomings. But the only game, the only hack to stay in the money game is to get into it and stay into it. Thank you.
Classmates, the money baker is zilikuwa but not anymore. Why? I'm smarter with my money now because I just completed the 12-week Centonomy 101 class. And let me tell you, for 12 weeks, it was grueling but beautiful because you get to understand money in ways that you've never seen. Like one of the first classes we had was how to track your expenses. Every single day, I had to track my expenses. And that makes you wise. You're like, oh my goodness, this is how I spend money. I can be wiser with money. And now I can afford things like this that I've always wanted. They taught you about investment. Now, investments had so many classes. For example, we had a class just on money market, securities, bonds, all that stuff. We had another class on real estate and land because this is Kenya. Land is a big deal. We had another class on how to build your business from zero to like 30 million, and a practical class of how you can go about it. It doesn't matter which industry you're in. It has been life-changing. I'm actually shocked that we don't have such classes right from primary school. Honestly, they should think about doing that. Now, if you're interested, another cohort is just starting this September. Registration is ongoing. Just go to the Centonomy 101 class, or you can click on the link on right over here. Kama uko kwa stories, just go to my stories. You'll find the link and join the September cohort. I think this is the last one for this year, so please take advantage. Change your life this 2025. Sawa sawa. Mimi for now mniache tu niendelee na shopping because Centonomy wamenipanga. Aya.
Do you ever just check your account balance and just stare? Like, where did it all go? Did I buy land that I forgot about? Was I scammed in my seat? No. Turns out I have expensive taste in small things. An Uber here, coffee here. I mean, let me just order in today because cooking is for people who have strength that I do not possess. So one day I decided to take a personal finance course thinking, they'll just tell me to budget here and there, nothing too crazy, stop buying the fancy coffee. But let me tell you, this course didn't just show me where my money was going, but gave me a whole different approach to wealth. Let me explain. So week 1, they tell us to track every single thing we spend our money on. Easy. Rent, electricity, Wi-Fi, the necessities. But then I dig deeper. So why do I find 4 different subscriptions of things I do not watch or use, and some random app that charges me in dollars? Then there was my outside food budget, which, by the way, was giving fine dining and not I work from home and I'm a responsible adult who eats indoors. That's when I knew my money wasn't missing, guys. It was just living a life of its own. I used to think budgets were for rich people with investments and portfolios, because meanwhile, I am just trying to survive. But Centonomy said, no, my friend, you need to plan more than anyone, because money without a plan, it's like vibes and inshallah. And we all know vibes don't pay rent. So guess what? I started budgeting, but only in a way that made sense to me. A little for savings, a little for investments, and of course, some for enjoyment. Because what's the point of working so hard if I can't have a little fun? The trick is to make your budget work for you, not against you. If you know you're going out to eat, plan for it. If you know you like your clothes, budget for it. Because pretending that you won't spend this money will have you wondering why the math is not mathing at the end of the month. If I had to summarize my 3 major takeaways, it would be this. Number 1, pay yourself fast. Before you pay the rent, before you buy the groceries, before you even go out to eat with your friends. Save. And doesn't even have to be a lot. At least 10% of my income goes into my future self. And that version of me, she deserves peace. Number 2, I used to think investing meant that I needed a whole team of financial advisors in suits. But no, Even small investments can grow over time. Centonomy made me realize that money sitting in my account isn't working. It's chilling, and we don't have time for leaky money. Number 3, budgeting isn't a prison. I used to think budgeting was about restricting yourself, but it's actually about freedom. Because when you know where your money is going, you don't have to guess if you're gonna put something. You just know. And trust me, knowing you have money set aside for emergencies, that's a different kind of peace. Because when a random expense pops up and you can handle it and afford it without stress, chef's kids. So here's the thing. Before this course, I wasn't broke, but I wasn't building anything either. Now, I feel like I'm in control because I know where my money is going, I have savings, and I have a plan. But most importantly, I'm not constantly stressing about what is in my bank account. And the best part, it's not about how much money you make, but how you manage what you make. And for the first time, guys, I feel like I'm on the right track. So if you ever felt like your money just disappears, it's time to stop guessing and start learning. Because a version of you that isn't stressing about bills, yeah, they're waiting for you.
Hello, everyone. With Centonomy, it's been an eye-opener. I used to spend my money so badly. There's a time we had a group of friends and we were talking about how we spend our money, and they were filling out a form, and I was told that I'm an impulsive spender and I also give a lot. And with the Centonomy, I'm more intentional in how I'm spending and even in how I'm investing. And currently, I'm out of debt. I was able to pay off my loans. And I've already put a deposit for an investment. So going forward, I don't want to be among the 80%. I'm aiming to be among the 1 or the 14. So thank you so much.
Hi guys. First of all, I would like to thank the Centonomy for just giving us this course. I found it very helpful. And lastly, I would just like to leave you with this quote by Warren Buffett. He says, "Do not save what is left after spending, but spend what is left after saving." Thank you.
Greetings, everyone. I think for me, some of the things that of huge impact is knowing that money doesn't have to lie around somewhere. It can be doing things for you. And to also know that the more time you spend paying for a loan, the more you're actually paying. These things should be obvious, but somehow they were not obvious to me. And I was very, very grateful to learn that. And maybe the last one is assets. I used to think as long as you own it, it's an asset. If it's a car, it's a house. So for those who remember that class, many of us were struggling. What do you mean a car is not an asset? What are you trying to tell us? So for me, that was such a huge lesson. So thank you, Centonomy. Yeah.
I think for me, the most encouraging thing was learning about compounding and discounting, and the fact that time is my biggest asset. Because for me, at my age, I'm just like, okay, if I just start putting aside a small amount of money, I can actually be far in a couple of years. And that's very, very encouraging for me.
I think one of the things that stood out in the class was when we were told to advise somebody who was earning 50,000, he has a loan, he has rent to pay. And in the class, all of us had answers. We said, you can downsize, walk to work, eat one meal. And then Mr. Waidaka said that we all have solutions about other people. We can advise everybody, but we cannot advise ourselves. So that was an eye-opener. And then another thing was, I'm a Christian and I like reading my Bible. And one of the things that I realized was everything that God created has a system. Everything that God created, even in the creation story, there was a system God used. And even in wealth creation, there's a system. And I would like to thank Centonomy for putting down the system on wealth creation. Thank you very much.
My name is Tiffany Siokao. I am a project manager and an upcoming business owner. My group should prepare to be sick of me once I'm done. My takeaway from Centonomy is the power of working backwards. It's better to think, when I have a goal of 1 million, it's better to think 20,000. It's easier rather. So I want to thank you guys for having this program for us. I've really learned a lot. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Melody Muhwana, a proud graduate of the 43rd cohort of Centonomy 101 class. Here I am today as a product of this wonderful course and program, and I cannot emphasize how much this has been a life-changing experience for me in my life. So one of the things that stood out for me in the course is the abundance mindset. For so long, I got to realize while taking the course that I'd been tied to a scarcity mindset. And since that day that I learned about that, you will never catch me saying I am broke. And that has actually gone through every facet of my life. There's no time that I have not felt the abundance around everywhere I am. I am saving with intentionality and investing in intentionality, and also planning for my future, because for so long I thought retirement is so far away. There's not much I need to do. Do I really need a will? But those are things that I'm actively thinking about and working towards just because of taking this course. Another thing that stood out to me is we were encouraged that we have skills and talents that we can monetize. So everything you have to generate additional income is within your reach and within you. And with that, I got to work. You're looking at the CEO of Humanely AI, my consultancy firm, where I work at the intersection of AI, project management, and psychology. I help individuals and businesses adopt and implement human-centered AI tools that not only drive up their efficiency, automation, but improves their team well-being and helps them adopt processes that work for people, not the other way around. And this would have never been possible without me taking this course, because I was one of those people for so long who thought I was born to be in the corporate world, just climb up the corporate ladder and somehow I'll end up at the CEO seat or CFO or COO. But now here I am, a CEO of my own company, and it would not have been possible without going through the Centonomy 101 class. And another thing, lastly, that stood out for me is the quality of trainers that they have in the program. They are not just winging it with people that they've pulled from the street. These are accredited, well-trained, expert trainers with a wealth of experience, and the door is always open to reach out to them at any point for consultancy, for guidance, which makes it a very practical one-on-one kind of course where you're not just learning theory things, but you're also given the tools to apply them in your day-to-day life, making it very practical and very relatable. So I urge you, if you have been toying with the idea of getting to the Centonomy 101 program, please, this is your time to do it. The time is now. You cannot plan for your future without knowing your now, without tracking your expenses, without knowing your cash flow, without knowing how you can invest better, save better, and put that towards your future. So with that, welcome to the Centonomy 101 program, and I promise you, you will not regret it.
My name is Brian Bichanga, and I'm an electrical engineer. Today marks my graduation from Centonomy 101, and where it all began. This year, 2025, I had my resolution to become, one of my resolutions was to be the finance guy, to have my finance in check. So years behind, years prior, I read the books, I did nothing. And then this year, I saw the open day, the Centonomy open day. I went there, I saw it was free. I sold the modules. Then there was a module which struck me, living abundantly. It's something also which was has been in my mind. So once I saw that module, first time, before actually seeing the module, I'll say, I'll just go and then here and then go. But again, I saw the module. I said, now I have to be in this program. So I joined the program, went through all the 12 modules, the 12 weeks of intense training with all the certified professionals. And I learned a lot about living abundantly. And this is what I'm also practicing. I learned that as much as you get wealth, you can always influence people using your wealth. so you can spread the love, spread the joy using your wealth, living abundantly. The other thing now is it's my next step after reading the books. I went through the training and now implementing what I've learned, the things tracking expenses. That is where I learned something about myself. That's where I met myself. If you don't know yourself, just track your spending, and where you spend your money, how you spend your money is the person who you are. So it was scary to see the person who I am, but I met myself. That's something, disclaimer we're being told, that do not be afraid to meet yourself. I met myself on that day. Something else is the network. The network is great. Something about the Centonomy program is that once you've gone through the classes, your trainers will always be there for you. So they leave their contacts, they leave all their details. You can reach them any day, anytime. And don't be afraid. I'll definitely recommend this program to anyone, because everyone will want to be wealthy. And especially the program, I love the structure. I love how the trainers. So this is a program for all age groups. Anyone, whatever your situation, whatever your financial situation, your age. This is a program for everyone. And it's an amazing program. Just sign up.
Now, coming into this year, I had done my math. I said, I could actually pay myself a good amount. So coming to this year, I'm very proud. I'm very happy. I'm even showing my wife, like, look at my small company and the big money it can pay me versus your paycheck. And I know she works for a really big company. I was like, my small company is paying me better than your big company is paying you. So, I'm so excited. And then something happened last minute. I decided. So this year, what I decided was that now my personal salary is what I'm going to do all these nice things you hear out here. Invest, diversify, all these things. So like every Tom, Dick and Harry, I was thinking, so now coming this year, how am I going to invest? Buy a piece of land and then I build. Something happened last minute. I decided to join. There was a free class that we did at the beginning of the year for this particular course. At the end of that class, I had some money lying around somewhere. I paid for that course. I was like, you know what? Before doing this personal investments, let me take this Centonomy personal finance course. And let me tell you, Maina. For some reason, I still came into this class with that adole energy that we've been talking about. One of the most profound classes for me was time value of money. Having a specific goal, for example, I have an 8-month-old boy. Knowing that in 18 years he's going to go to college, finding out this is how much I'll need to pay for his college fees. This is how much I need to raise. This is where I'm going to invest in this money, whether it's in a bond fund, equities or whatever. And having a whole Excel list of all the goals that I have for retirement, for travel. For me, that was just like, where? I was like, it was mind-blowing. And let me tell you, right now, if I show you my strategic 5, 10, 15 years plan, you think, hey, this guy is really smart. I hated Microsoft Excel with a passion. But because of these classes, you would find my Excel sheet, you would think, hey, this guy. The other thing that was finally, the last thing that was very interesting about this class was being able to reach out to some of these experts. So once I developed my plan, I reached out to the CFA, David. I was like, so this is my plan. I want you to have a third eye look at it and tell me, am I doing things right? Of course, I'm very proud of myself. I'm looking at my numbers and what I'm able to achieve in the next 5 years. So we have our virtual meeting. And so I'm trying to present my goals. And this person is starting to ask me very weird questions. He's like, how much does your wife make? Show me your books. He asked me such hard questions. I was like, I honestly started to get offended and defensive. I was like, I came to you to show you my plan. Why are you asking me all these questions? So it took me a day to finally calm down and understand that this person as an expert, is asking me these questions so that he understands my financial position and know how to advise me going forward. And that for me was also very important, because having to talk to someone personally and show them also, this is my numbers, these are my targets, this is what I'm working. I think that is very important. And I realized rich people consult financial analysts. Why don't us, the rest of us, why do we feel like, I'm good, Why is it that we bring this adole energy? For context, you're an engineer, you're a teacher, whatever your profession is. You've gone to school for 14 years, some 16, 20 years. You have 10 plus years of experience to become an expert. Yeah, you stand here as an expert in your field. But for some reason, someone told us, once you're an expert in, for example, engineering, you're magically an expert with finances. You're magically an expert with savings and investment. I'm like, what level of ignorance and arrogance is this? What adole energy is this? And so the long end of what I'm trying to say is this. Congratulations for taking this class. Congratulations for investing in yourself. It was a lot of money. Some of the classes were really tough. And I'd urge you to continue using this time to continue to grow. There's so many resources. I realize they are online, there are YouTube channels. Use this time to continue growing, to continue learning, to continue perfecting your personal finances. And that's it. Oh, and finally, share the knowledge that you have with family, with friends.
I've been in commercial banking for the longest, being in my 20s, fresh from graduate. My mindset was like, 844, get a good job, pass, get a good job. But we were never told, how do you really shift that mindset on how to pay yourself? By 2010, I was like, hey, this is the life. But I had nothing put aside or any savings that was put aside for me. So by 2023, I was like, hey, my life, I am turning 40. I have nothing to show. The only thing I have to show is just a plot somewhere in Utawala, which I never visited for so many years. Then I said, let me start following up, because every day I'm doing financial advisory, but I'm not taking it personally. I'm telling people, put money aside. I'm telling people every day, you need to sort out your debt issue. You need to do capital reduction. Those powerful words you use in banking sector. But really, I did not call myself a kamkutano and say, Bitutu, this is the reality. Your retirement will be coming in less than 20 years. So 2023, I was able to start following Caroline Motoko, Centonomy, the way she used to speak, how it has changed her life. And by 2024, I had already taken that class. I graduated 4th May last year. And I can say that it's all about what they are saying, shifting mindset. Because our mindset, when you enter this class, you're like, what did I used to see our parents doing? But remember, this is your story you're writing. The first session when you take this class, Waithaka tells us, forget about everything you know about money. This is a new journey. So whenever they say shifting mindset, means literally shifting. Knowing that you've started a journey of paying yourself first, a journey of removing all those beliefs and putting money aside. So that has been my journey, and this course actually from last year to this year, I was able by the time we are in a time value of money, had already shifted. I'm making kidogo money. I need to be in a space whereby I do not really need a salary. I need to write a check on my own. I joined Standard Investment Bank. Standard Investment Bank has a very beautiful global product they call Mansa X.
which is really giving very good return at 19.53 net return. That has been their consistent performance. So this is so practical for me because I don't want to be constrained in a salary. I want to change my story in terms of the level of income I want to make. So Standard Investment Bank was able to really make it a reality because it's what I do every day. But it's courtesy of Centonomy one-on-one. Why? It shifted that mindset aspect and told me that I need to be intentional on everything that I do. Everything that when I talk about I want to do a project in 1 year's time, it's not about vague conversation. It's about that project. How much is it costing me? That project, how long will it take me to achieve this? If I'm a business person like Mr. Kamau right here, you need to be intentional about your business. You might be seeing you have $1 million, but remember, you have to allocate it into different spots the way we did in the 10,000 shillings. Have I paid myself? Have I paid rent? Are my kids going to school in the next 5 years? So that financial planning, that journey has to be on point to the coin. It's all about, I want to save 500, I want to live in Runda. But what is the cost of that home in Runda? So really, you have to shift your mind. You have to be intentional and take action. So this is not about taking just this class, graduating, getting a paper today. It is about you yourself in the evening, go sit back. Like for me, I used to even call Steve and I tell him, you know what? I need to listen again. That time value of money. You mean in 10 years, if I use a fund that is going to have a compounding at 10%, this is what my 10,000 or 5,000 is going to look like because of the element of compounding and time. So really take it upon yourself to be able to personalize this. That's why I think they picked the name a transformative personal financial management program. So I think that's it for me. What I'm trying to say is that this is your life, this is your journey. Centonomy was the right decision you made to come and actually be in control of your finances. So for those people who have not joined, trust me, is a space you need to be.
What do I tell you? Because you've learned everything. So I'm like, what do you tell people who have learned everything about money now? Yeah. But you know, the learning never stops. So let me first go to who I am. Ruby said I'm the founder of Centonomy, yes, author and all that. But really, I think I'm a student of life. Life continues to throw me curveballs that make me take a step back, reflect, and try and understand what the lesson is. Has anybody here been thrown curveballs in life? So never get caught up in the curveball, yeah? Always ask what is actually the lesson. And along those curveballs were a lot of financial mistakes, a lot of business mistakes. And I think God just decided that my message, as I continue to make them, will be a message, yeah? So thank you so much that for sitting in class for 12 weeks and learning from different people who their message became message, and taking the seed that I planted in the content that was delivered to you. Just understand it all came from message. So if you've been in a mess, you're in good company. So if you're waiting, gosh, Waceke is going to come and tell us how perfect she's been with money. No. That is not why Centonomy exists, yeah? Centonomy exists really because of you, because of the people like you who have chosen to be more conscious than other people. So you're in a privileged club. So 45, you have our 45th season in 16 years, yeah? So you have decided to be the people who don't just drift through life with money. By the way, there's a responsibility that now sits on you. When you go out there and tell people you're a Centonomy graduate, you can't just be like everybody else, yeah? Because you have decided not to just drift along with money, but actually to master it. And you're part of a growing community of Centonomy that is saying, you know what? This thing called wealth creation, we're going to demystify it. This thing called wealth creation, it's for me, yeah? This thing called wealth creation, we're going to Stop thinking that it is for a special group of people. Now, I say this, Centonomy 16 years, this particular class, over 10,000 people have done Centonomy 101. Centonomy through various forms, whether it's with the organizations we work with, our other courses, Centonomy Entrepreneur, programs for the kids. And thank you for those who brought kids. They are playing, but let me tell you, subconsciously something is going to stick in them, yeah? Because we are here because of generational wealth must be created. What you've learned is for them, and to empower them to also do better for the next generation. Because I think also as Africans, don't we have to stop starting from scratch with every generation? Yeah, what we are made to do is start from scratch, yeah? And we're told the stories, you know, for me, I went to school, I had no shoes. Yeah, that's great, yeah? But we can't keep making every generation that to be their story. Let's be happy our kids have shoes. And you have shoes as well, yeah? So, people never pause to ask, what is my relationship with money? People always ask, why am I not being paid enough?
Makofi kwangu, asante sana. Thank you very much. Thank you. As you can see, baby, I'm famous. I'm on TV. Excellent, excellent. We're looking forward to taking you on a journey. I also happen to have the pleasure of being a trainer, and I've been in Centonomy for about 8 years. And on that journey, I have also been a partaker of Centonomy. As you were listening to the videos, one of the things that you're going to appreciate about this journey, it's about who? You. It's about who? It's about me. It's about who? Me. So, as Waceke was saying, it's not about being perfect. I can tell you for free, when I used to think about debt, shindwe, pepobaya, it's the devil. Never touch it. And then I took a facility of 11,000 shillings over December, salary advance. 6 months later, now January comes, I haven't paid. Remember there's 11,000 I took. I'm not remembering. So January comes, I can't get to the office. Why? I didn't do anything with the 11,000. December. And now I had been paid, I had 11,000, life is good. Then my salary for January comes. See, I have my bills. I have how much I borrowed? 11,000. Am I remembering I had a facility of 11,000? Inaingia, the bank does. Thank you very much. Now I have a whole of 11,000. So for 6 months, I started discovering all the apps that you can borrow from. Then I discovered, remember my premise was, debt is Baya, Shindwe, never touch it. That's when I discovered I didn't have any beginning balance. How much did I need? 11,000. I open the first one. I have how much? 5,000. So I need a second one to get 6,000. Then I discover the second one, I can only get another. So for 6 months, I was paying back how much? 11,000. Thank God for Centonomy, because it taught me not to fear debt. And I've been able to, I managed to get, by the way, I got listed, just for openness, eh? I was listed CRB. Yeah, so when you go to my report, there I am. For how much? That I did what with? Sherehe, enjoyment, fun, December. Are you like me? You're in the right place. And we're going to walk the journey. I actually teach the lesson on debt. Somebody say hallelujah. Hallelujah. Excellent. So welcome. We're really looking forward to having you here with us. It's been a wonderful journey as Centonomy, and we're really looking forward to just taking you through on the journey of what we're doing. Karibuni sana to those who are joining us online. It's a good morning, a good afternoon, a good evening to you, wherever you're joining us from. We greatly, greatly appreciate you. So, a bit about where we are. So if you need rooms of convenience, if you go out the door on my left, which is your right, then you turn again on the left, you will find facilities there. If you need any other assistance, you'll find wonderful people with t-shirts written Centonomy. Have a conversation with them. Ask them all the questions you'd want to have them answer. And we are here to help you navigate this journey. So let's begin. May I invite us to stand so that we can say a quick prayer. And as we are standing, turn around, see who's seated next to you. If they're very far from you, ask them to come closer to you. Ask them to come closer to you. If you're seated all by yourself, this is your chance to move forward. Yes, excellent, excellent. Thank you, Aliya. Great. Have a quick chat. Find out who's around you, who's next to you. And let's pray. Father, Heavenly Lord, we come before you this morning just to give thanks for this opportunity that you have given us to come here to hear from you, wherever we're joining from, Lord, and even us who are here at All Saints this morning. We are grateful for this opportunity, for the conversations we're going to have around money. Speak into them, Lord, and enable us to have a great, great morning. We give thanks and we pray all this in the Lord's and your precious Son's name. Amen, amen, amen. Please do take your seats. So you're in for a wonderful, wonderful treat. So a bit about who we are as Centonomy. We exist. Everything we do is around shifting mindset. How you think about money. How you think about money. You know, one of my challenges is I tell a lot of stories. So I'll tell you a lot of stories today. Have you ever met people who say wealthy people are thieves? Have you met people like that? Yeah? You have to have a lot to be wealthy. True? Wealthy people are those people. True? It can't be me. You can't be young and doing well. Yeah? So we begin to ask critical questions. How do you think about money? Why do you think about money the way you do? And we begin a journey. You've heard about time value of money. We begin to ask, what if I put away 1,000 shillings? Do you actually, is your car an asset? Pull out your phone for me. Just pull out your phone. Lift it up. Pull out your phone. Quick question. What do you use your phone for? What do you use your phone for? Communication. So calling, texting. What else do you use your phone for? Content. You're on social media. You're creating content. You're viewing content. What else do you use your phone for? Transactions. Hey, you need to make payments. You need to do one or two things. Now, is there a phone for 5,000 that can do that? Is there a phone for 8,000? I see people with very fancy phones already looking down. Is there a phone for 10,000? Is there a phone for 15,000? So how much is your phone? Did you buy the brand or the features? So we begin to take you into those conversations. Why? So that you begin to understand how those things speak into your journey. And it's a personal journey. For us, it's very important for you to live abundantly. So we ask you on that journey, what is important to you? What are the things you want to do with your life? Now, I want to retire in Diani. Somebody say Diani? Excellent. I want to have a beautiful Range Rover. That's what I want to do. What do you want to do? So that then you begin to acquire assets that fit into that journey. And that's what 101 is all about. It's about you achieving your goals and creating wealth. Now, today, we're going to take you on that journey just to give you a snippet of what happens along that journey. And we have a great, great partnership today. We have Safaricom, we have Aliya, who's going to be speaking a little later on to tell us a bit about how Safaricom can help you on that journey of creating wealth. Now, we have lots of giveaways. Somebody say giveaways. Somebody say giveaways. Now, I have 4 scholarships to give. Before today is over, 4 scholarships for those who are going to sign up. I have 3 books to give away, and I have the first one here, and we'll be giving it out before I leave the stage. So it's going to be an excellent and exciting time with being together. But we want you to do something for us. Remember I asked you to take out your phone? We have a couple of hashtags there. Take a selfie. Make a post. Tell people where you are. Tell them what's going on. Engage with them. And tell them you're here and the lessons that you're learning. And as we go along, we'll be giving scholarships for those who are engaging with us on our social media pages. So as you share the picture, as you share your post, as you put in a like, also get people to like and comment on your post, and we'll be having a conversation, and I'll be giving you that scholarship. So for today, we're going to have a couple of other offers. If you sign up today, registration is 500 shillings. As opposed to 1,500. For those who are going to be getting the scholarships, we will be knocking off 10,000 shillings for you to join us and go on this wonderful, wonderful journey. Now, a bit about today. We have an excellent panel who will be just talking through their experiences. We have Safaricom who will be sharing how we can engage with their platform to achieve our financial goals that we're going to be speaking into. We have Alumni who've gone through this program, who will be sharing their stories and how it speaks. And then finally, we have our founder, Waceke, who will be joining us and telling us a bit more about the journey and how you will benefit on that journey. Sounds good? Are we excited? Are we excited? No, we're not excited. Look at your neighbor and find out, are they excited to be here? Yeah? Have they opened their Instagram? Are they chatting on that Instagram? Now, like I said, we're here to get you to sign up with us. We have scholarships to give away. If you want to register, here are the details. For those of us who are joining us from Kenya, we have our pay bill number. So seated where you are, remember for today, it's 500 shillings. We have our pay bill number, that is 986850. Account, put your first name followed by the word 101. Account, put your name followed by 101. Registration today is 500 and it's discounted. And there'll be a special gift for the people who register today. If you're joining us across the different countries, we're also going to be having on our presentation, we'll have our details there, so feel free also to just log in, put in the bank details that you have there, and you're able also to be part of us. Sounds good? Sounds good? Excellent. That's the sound. That's the sound. Are we ready for our first giveaway? Are we ready for our first giveaway? Excellent, excellent, excellent. Now, there's a gentleman who joined me this morning. And he was the first one to be here. And at Centonomy, we are very particular about time. The program runs virtually once a week. And we begin during the week, 6 p.m. to 8:30. And we are done by 8:30, so you still have your evening. We also have classes on Saturday that begin at 9 and at midday. And we are particular about time. So I want to recognize the person who made it here first. Brian, good morning, sir. I know you did not expect this. Karibu, please, let's a warm round of applause for Brian. So Brian was here. He was actually here with me in the morning, and we want to appreciate you for keeping time and being part of this day, and we look forward to having you join us on this journey. And for coming, we have this book by our founder, Waceke, called Making Sense. It's also available at the desk, and we want to gift you and say, may it bless you on the journey that you're on. Now, smile for the camera. Excellent, excellent, excellent. A warm round of applause for Brian. Now, we're about to get our first speaker, but I need you to help me to welcome her. and all the other speakers who are going to be coming. Yeah? So we're going to do this in 2 ways. When I call them up, we're going to say, so my name is King Ori. So we're going to use my name. So we'll go King Ori. We're okay there? We're okay there? So when I call them up, our next speaker is King Ori. Go. Excellent, excellent. Then when they finish and they are leaving, you can see it's a long distance. They've dropped knowledge on us. We're going to thank them for dropping. We're going to thank them for dropping. So let's do this. Our next speaker coming on stage is King Ori. Excellent, excellent, excellent. King Ori has dropped great knowledge on us. Excellent, excellent, excellent. So, without further ado, I want to invite our first speaker. She is Aliya Khanbhai, and Aliya is coming to us from Safaricom, where she is the tribe lead on wealth and insurance. So let's put our hands together for Aliya. Go, Aliya. Go. 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 Excellent. Thank you so much, guys.
Good morning, everyone. Firstly, I'd like to thank Centonomy for inviting Safaricom here, but more importantly, thank all of you for taking your time on Saturday morning to come and invest in yourself. So like King Ori said, my name is Aliya. I look after wealth and insurance at Safaricom. So my first question to all of you is, how many of you actually know or knew that Safaricom had investment products? 1, 2, just a few. Okay. So today we'll take you a little bit more into what those investment products are, but more importantly on why Safaricom decided to get into the investment and insurance space. And for those of you who know, Safaricom's purpose is transforming lives. We did that with payments, and we really believe there's an opportunity to transform the lives of Kenyans by giving them access to investment and insurance products from that 5,000 shilling phone or from the 20,000 shilling phone that you have. So just a little bit about me. I was a banker for 20 years. Please don't let the height deceive you. I did both corporate and investment banking, and then in the later years, I dealt with a lot of high net worth individuals and private banking individuals who were looking to start their investment journey, whether it was here locally or even offshore. So how do you start that journey if you are looking to start diversifying your investments offshore? And I think one of the things that I learned particularly is the importance of starting. And in those years at the bank, COVID happened. And it was very unfortunate to see the impact or the lack of financial management for people at a time when COVID came in and maybe you lost your job. Or since we're in a church setting, I'll mention like if the Lord calls you to be sooner than you are, but the impact, more importantly, that has on an individual and on a family. And that's why I think the truth is, like Waceke said earlier, nobody is immune to it. Life throws you curveballs, and it's important for you to plan for those curveballs. So let me start by asking, how many of you started off 2026 by saying, "This is my year"? Yes, and I am also one of those who said, "This is my year." And I think it is going to be your year because you've started it off right. You've taken the time to come here and invest in yourself. Invest in learning a little bit of golden nuggets that all of us have to give. Because like Waceke said before, everything is a learning. What happened to me, you could learn from it. It's a lesson. So I really thank you for taking the time to come here today. And hopefully this will give you more control and confidence as you start your investment journey, or for those of you who have already started it, continue with it. So today I want to speak at a very basic level. I know the Centonomy team will go into a little bit more detail about some of the things that they teach you, but for me it's to start at a very basic level. So what are the things that I look at when I want to start my investment journey? And the first thing I think it's important to have is clarity. When I talk about clarity, it means clarity of your numbers. So what's the salary that you earn? How much do you make from your side hustle? How much do you get in allowances? Sometimes, when someone says, what's your income? You just state my salary. But you forget that those small other side hustle money that comes in, it actually adds up. And so really understanding what's your income that comes in. Of course, we all have expenses, whether it's rent, whether it's fees, whether it's food, it's transport. We have to be able to document and say, this is my income, and these are all the expenses that I incur on a monthly basis. And let's not get into what Kingori went into. So he decided to get 11,000 shillings and decided to spend it because it was never part of his budget. So even when you're doing your budget, you have to put that amount there. I'm going to go out on a Friday night. I'm going to buy a pair of shoes. Please, ladies, not every month do we have to buy shoes. But we have to cater for those things, right? It's something that's a reality. You can't say that I will never go and buy a pair of shoes or do this. So factoring in those expenses then leaves you with a bottom line. That's the bottom line that you now use to invest in your future. You've got your salary, you've got all your income, you've taken out all the things that you know are going to crop up in the month. You put a little bit aside for that party, that dinner, going out a little bit, and now you have to say, what is left is for my future, and if you have children, then it's for their future as well. So I think most of you will know that it's called setting up a budget. There's a rule that I'm sure Centonomy 101 teaches you, 50, 30, 20. Always have that at the back of your mind. And if you don't know about it, then you can join the Centonomy course, and I'm sure they'll tell you a little bit about that. So maybe a little bit into why Safaricom went into wealth. We travel across the country a lot, from the most remote areas to big cities. And a lot of the time, when you speak to people, they say, I don't have money to invest. Or like Kingori said, investing is for the rich people. Personally, I don't think that's true. You can start investing from as little as 20 shillings to as little as 100 shillings. And for us as Safaricom, I think because we have 40 million customers, I think it's our duty to be able to transform their lives. And for us, solving some of those key barriers to entry that some of these people find was very important. So when someone says, I don't have the money to invest, well, okay, you can start from 50 shillings or 100 shillings, or I don't know where to begin. Which fund manager do I go to? Which stockbroker do I go to? I don't know. So using all of the information that we get from our customers, we created a product, and my colleague Gitau will come and talk to you about it. How many of you have heard of Zidi? Great. So we need more people to know about Zidi. And Zidi it's not the only product out there. And I don't advocate for everyone to put everything into one product. You do have to diversify. But what we were trying to solve when we came up with Zidi was to take away those barriers of entry that we find a lot of people say stop them from investing. So, you can start from 100 shillings. It's on your phone. It's accessible 24 hours a day. There's no charges to it. So it gives you that tool to start your journey if you've never started your journey. For those of you who want Zidi, it's on the MPESA app. You can go to financial services, but I'm not here to pitch Zidi. But what I wanted to explain is that it's important to start your journey, and Safaricom has given you a tool that's on your phone that allows you to start that journey. The other thing we realized along the way when we meet a lot of our customers is that people mix their personal finances with their business finances. So if you've heard of Pochi, so Pochi is a separate wallet that Safaricom created. And the reason we did that is because everyone would say, send to my number. So whether I'm sending to you to buy something or I'm sending to you for your business, everything gets commingled into one account. And then when it comes to investing, you don't know how much is for your business, you don't know how much is for your personal self. So we created that wallet, and now you can also invest directly from Pochi. So you don't need to go anywhere else, go to your Pochi wallet, and then you can separate your investing from your business proceeds, and you can separate investing from your mobile number for your personal use. So those were some of the things that we started creating based on what customers told us. This is my pain point. So now that you've had clarity because you have your numbers, you know how much is left over, then we give you confidence to start because you can start from your phone. The next thing you need is control. And I think that's why it's very aligned to today's topic of starting the year with control, clarity, and confidence. So with confidence, you need control. And what I mean by that is you want to be able to control your investments, your access to information. You don't want to have to call a call center and then wait on hold for 10 minutes to be able to get access to your statement. You want to be able to invest whenever you get that small inflow of money. So somebody sent you 2,000 shillings and you say, I don't need it until tomorrow. Move it, invest it. When you need it, take it out. So giving you access to and control of that money, that whenever you need it, it's available, and you don't have that perception that investing is always for long term. Yes, again, based on your situation, yes, you do have to invest for the long term, but how do you make your money work for you in the short term? Is that money sitting in your current account, earning nothing? Is it doing anything for you? I know it's not doing anything for me. So what do I do personally when I get my salary? Move it into an interest-bearing account. As I figure out what I'm going to do with that money, let it earn me something. If I need it, I can pull it away. But that money should not just be sitting there, idle, not earning you anything. The other really interesting feature that we created, because it became a pain point for a lot of customers, is that how many of you only save when you get your salary? I used to do that. Anytime I get my salary, that's the only time I save. So I was only saving once a month. But you should be able to save anytime you get money. So what we created was a feature that every time I'm spending money, I put a rule that X amount can go into savings. And it can be as little as 5 shillings or as little as 10 shillings. So every time I'm spending money, I don't feel so guilty that I'm spending money, because I know inadvertently I'm actually saving 10 shillings, 20 shillings. I promise you in a day, I can end up saving between 200 and 500 shillings and not even realize, because it's payments that I'm making out, and I completely forget that I had set that rule that 5 shillings or 10 shillings can go into savings. And that's important because savings, every time you save, it requires effort. But this actually took the effort away from you. You can set the rule at whatever it is you want. So the last thing I actually want to say is that the importance of compounding, and I don't know if it was Waceke or Kingori who mentioned that. You know, putting money aside every day is consistency, and consistency is what you need when you're looking at building your wealth. It's not put money now and I'm supposed to get 50,000 tomorrow or the next day. You have to build up slowly. So there's a phrase that I read this morning and I really liked it, and it says, remember, consistency doesn't look glamorous in the moment, but over time, the compounding effect is powerful. And for me, that really stuck. So even when you start investing that 100 shillings and you only see a shilling in your return, remember that shilling will grow over time. So don't say, oh, the returns are too low, I only made a shilling on it. It's a shilling you didn't have yesterday. And tomorrow, you'll be 2 shillings that you didn't have yesterday. And remember, it's earning you something for you doing absolutely nothing. Personally, I can go on and on about the learnings that I've had at the bank and the importance of investing and savings and what are the differences and diversification. But I'll leave that to the experts at Centonomy. So I just want to say that it's never too late to start. Invest in your future, but also with the caveat that everyone's situation is different. My situation is different to his situation, it's different to her situation. So look at yourself personally. Don't try and copy somebody else and what they're doing. Your risk tolerance is different to my risk tolerance. So really do a lot of education in yourself about what is available out there. And the last thing I want to say is don't be greedy. I know Kenyans, we have this thing for Ponzi schemes and someone is paying me 20% and that's what I want to go into. Investing is not a get-rich-quick product. It's about starting slowly and building. So as I end, I just want to say I really do pray that this is your year and you've started off on the right foot. So I wish you all the best.
Thank you so much, Aliya. Aliya, let me ask you to stay on stage because we want to have a Q&A. Let me hand this over to you. As we get ready, can you hear me? Excellent, excellent. Have you guys learned something about Safaricom and how it can help you? It's making a lot of sense. You realize 10 shillings is a lot, and you now have opportunity to save without having to stress. True? Let's give her another snap. Excellent, excellent. So I want to invite my team, if we could have someone just take the mic round. We have two from the audience here. We also have our virtual audience. If you could put on the various platforms your questions, we'll also pick two of those. Any questions for Aliya? I think I saw somebody had raised, so we have one there, and then we have the gentleman on this other side. Excellent. So we'll take both of them, and then we are also looking for those who are on our online platform. Could also be putting your questions. Excellent. Karibu sana.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Brenda. My question is about the saving idea you mentioned, about 5 or 10 shillings per every spend. Is that a specific Safaricom product? Could you tell us more about it?
Sure. So actually after this Q&A, I have my colleague Gitau here, and he's actually going to do a demo for you. So it's a feature that we created on the back of Zidi. So it's a rule that you can set up, and it's a rule you can set up whichever way you want. So you can say, every time I do a send money, or every time I do a pay bill, or every time I do a till payment, X amount can go. You can set it as a fixed amount, 5 shillings, 10 shillings, or a percentage of the transaction. So every time you do that particular transaction, the rule kicks in, and that amount will go into Zidi. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you for that question. We have the gentleman now. I'm colorblind. So I will say orange shirt, polo, and the fantastic godfather. Excellent. Let's have him ask his question. Then I'm seeing we have a couple more coming in online, so excellent. So Karibu, sir.
Good morning. My name is Patrick. It was basically centered on the same thing. I wanted to know more about Zidi, because it's the first time I've heard about it.
Okay.
Yes.
So Zidi is a money market fund, and let me just be out there. Safaricom is only the technology provider. We're not a fund manager. So we've partnered with fund managers, SIB being one of them, Standard Investment Bank. So what it does is, from your phone, you can choose to invest as little as 100 shillings. It just debits your M-PESA wallet and goes directly into Zidi. It's literally a 3-step journey. And you can access your funds 24 hours a day, because that was one of the issues that when we went out to the market, people said that, what if I need my money at midnight? How do I access it? And so we made sure that that functionality of accessing your money 24 hours is available. So little as 100 shillings, it's a money market fund. It is regulated by CMA. It just gives you the flexibility to do it from your phone. When you need the money, you just click withdraw, the money goes back into your M-PESA M-PESA wallet. So it's very simple product, and we went with that product first as a way of teaching a lot of our customers how to start that investment journey. Does that answer it? Sorry? Yes, it's a money market fund, so it pays interest. So the fund managers all have an investment strategy, so they will invest whether it's in government securities, in bank deposits, so they're very governed by the CMA rules on where you can invest. They don't invest in things like real estate or equities, so from a risk profile perspective, it's a less riskier product. So right now it pays a net, and I want to caveat this because I see a lot of stuff on social media about Zidi rates being very low. It pays a net return of about 6.09 or 6.1%. I know it sounds low when you compare it to other money market funds that are in the market, and rates are starting to come down, but a lot of you, I believe, are well learned to understand how rates come about. Maybe the big difference in Zidi is because we give you that functionality to have your money accessible 24 hours a day, that's why the rate is slightly lower. It's for the convenience that you can access it at midnight or 2 in the morning, and you can have it directly there. So it does pay interest, and we pay interest at midnight every day. So you don't have to wait till the end of the month to get your interest. On your statement, if you go in, you'll see at midnight all the money that keeps coming in.
Excellent, excellent. We have 2 questions from our online audience. So the first one is, kindly advise on which are the best startups on investment in Safaricom.
Startups?
Yes, on investment. Or are there any other investment applications on within your ecosystem?
So at the moment, no. So we have, so M-Shwari is there, but M-Shwari is not really an investment per se, it's more a savings product, and that's on the back of NCBA, so it's basically a fixed deposit. We are in the process of launching something very exciting soon. I'm not going to put a time to it, but it's the ability for you to buy stocks as little as 1 share from the M-PESA app. What we realized as well is that, first of all, our stock market is made predominantly of foreign investors. And I really believe that as Kenyans who consume Kenyan products from companies that are listed on the stock exchange, we should be able to benefit from that. So you will be able to buy a single share on that app. You don't need to open a CDSC account, which, if any of you did the Safaricom green bond and didn't have a CDSC account, you know how manual that process is. So we've really tried to make it simple, accessible for you to start those investments. So right now, to answer that question, we only have the money market fund, and soon we'll have the stock trading.
Excellent, excellent. The last question from our online audience is, what product is that I can save daily that you mentioned a little earlier, other than Zidi?
Is it about the
daily savings?
So I could answer Brenda's question, which was setting the rule that every time you do a payment, you can invest. But Zidi on its own is a daily investment tool. You can save 4 times in a day. Every time someone sends you money and you don't need it, put it into Zidi. When you need it the next day in the morning, take it out. There's no cost. I mean, basically, that's what I do. I get my salary, I move some of it into Zidi. As I need it for spending, then I just keep pulling. So at least it's earning me something until I need it.
Excellent, excellent. Any last hot question? I see the gentleman. Okay, we'll take the 2 gentlemen. Forgive me. I know Aliya will be with us towards the end, so if you want to engage with her, we also have our colleague Gitau who will be joining us. So you'll also have opportunity. So keep taking down the notes. So let's have the gentleman in blue, and then we'll have the gentleman in white.
Thank you, Aliya. Okay. Good morning. My name is Job. As I can hear, it's more specifically about Kenyan, but it happened that I'm not Kenyan. So can the investment apply to me? Because I'm here for a very specific time for work, and then I'll leave. Can this apply to me, the investment plan?
You have an M-PESA account?
Yes, I do.
Then you can invest. Because it's done from the M-PESA account. So as long as you have M-PESA, just go to the M-PESA app and you'll be able to invest. So right now, it is only for people who are MPESA and Safaricom account holders, or number holders, yeah.
Excellent. Karibu
Good
sana.
morning.
Morning.
My name is Baraka. So on the MPESA app, there was a platform called Mali, and I think it came before Zidi, and it's still working. So what's the difference between Mali and Zidi? I think they're almost the same.
Yeah. So they're both Safaricom products. Mali started off a little bit before, so I think it started off in 2022. What we realized with Mali is that we needed to offer our customers diversification. So a couple of things are different between Zidi and Mali. Mali only has one fund manager behind it. So I think 2 years ago, if I'm not mistaken, sometimes in the press there was some negative. Sometimes when there's negative information about a fund manager, it tends to take an impact on the fund. So we realized that we need to have multiple fund managers to be able to diversify the risk of our customers. Because at the end of the day, if anything were to happen, you're not going to go to the fund manager behind Mali. You're going to come to Safaricom. So I need to ensure that your funds are secure. So from our perspective, it was to have a product that has multiple fund managers to protect our customers, but also give a little bit more stability. So we built our own platform to be able to support the fund managers, and it allows scalability. So with Mali, the reason we had to just stop further opt-ins is because the customer experience wasn't that great when you start opening it up to too many people, and we needed to protect customers' experience on it. So that's the thing. They're both money market funds. They both belong to Safaricom, so we stand behind both of them. The difference, the interest rate will be definitely higher on Mali. So remember, where does a fund manager get or an interest from? And I don't know if that's something Centonomy teaches, but fund managers invest in instruments. When Mali started in 2022, who can say what the T-bill rate was at that time? Does anyone know what the T-bill rates were in 2022 or 2021? They were about 16%. So you can imagine when you're investing at a time when T-bill rates are 16%, and when Zidi launched in December last year, T-bill rates had already dropped to 8%. So you're investing at different times when the environment is quite different. So to make it a bit simpler, if you started a fixed deposit in 2022, the fixed deposit would be paying you 16%. But if you put in a fixed deposit in December, they'll only pay you 8%. But you'll still make that 8% for the whole year. Same with Mali, they were still paying that 16% for the whole year. I don't know, Kingori, if I've done a good job of explaining investments, but it's basically looking at the macro environment and the timing of investments. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you so much, Aliya. We greatly, greatly appreciate you. Have you gotten more insight? One of the beautiful things, as Aliya was speaking, is how well what you're sharing speaks to our theme for today. Where our theme is my money, my map. And what you're saying, this is your year. So we're looking at you designing a year of clarity, confidence, and control. My money, my map. Designing a year of clarity, confidence, and control. So a couple of the things that I got out of that, your budget helps you first understand what's your money. You begin to understand what's your money. Where is it coming from? Secondly, you start asking yourself, what's your map? The things that are important to you, budget for them. She used my example of the 11,000. I had no plan. I picked Sherehe, come January, 6 months later, we're in a fix. If it's important for you, plan for it. Then stick to your plan. And the beauty about what is happening within the Safaricom ecosystem, it has enabled you to do the first thing, which is putting money away, which is what we call saving. Saving is not investing. They're two very different things. So first, you need to put away that money to save. She talked about many of us save when we get paid. a lot of us only save what is left over. The reality is, nothing is usually left over. Kweli ama rongo? Situfungue roho. The reality is, many times we save what is left over, and many times nothing is left over. So the first step, you begin to save, you begin to put away. The second step, and they're facilitating that through Zidi, through Mali, is you begin to invest. And we take you through a whole journey to begin to understand what is a money market fund? What are shares? What's a unit trust? How are they different? Yeah, and she did an excellent job of explaining that really your money market fund is your starting point. We talk about things like emergency funds, land, plots. Yeah, we're now hearing something about the capital markets opening up. We had the green bond not too long ago. We take you through a journey so you begin to understand how all those things fit into your plan, into your map. Sounding good? Sounding good? Are you guys ready for the next conversation? Excellent. I also want to acknowledge the team that's joining us online. If you could also just be dropping for us, telling us where you're joining us from. It'll be great also just to appreciate you as a specific jurisdiction you're joining us from. We've had some great people join us from Australia, Germany, Canada, Uganda, Tanzania. Our brother here, thank you for being here. We hope we have you over the next 12 weeks, beginning 5th of February. Beginning when? 5th of February. We look forward to having you join us. Our classes are virtual, so it'd be great to have you. For those who are joining us now, thank you very much. You can continue to filter. There's still more seats here, so feel free to come and join us on this end. Now, we've had a lot of questions about Zidi and what Zidi can do, and what is this Zidi. There are even questions coming around on how Zidi can do a couple of things for us. So I want to invite this gentleman called Gitau Macharia, and he's the product lead, wealth, savings, and investment at Safaricom. So let's welcome Gitau. Go! Let's go again. Go! 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 Welcome, Bona Gitau.
Thank you, Kingori. Morning, everyone. Hope you're all doing very well. You're looking very lovely, very energized, and I'm very encouraged to see you here in January. Hey. When we have no money, and guess what? My birthday is in January, so I never get any gifts. But I'm happy to be here. As Kingori mentioned, my name is Gitau Macharia. I am product lead at Safaricom in charge of wealth. How many of you understand or know the term product management? I encourage some of you to check them out. It's a new line in Karanja, which is very exciting. Ideally, what we do is we listen to our customers' needs and we convert them into solutions for our customers to use. And today, I am very lucky enough to show you a bit of the products that we work on, as Aliya had mentioned. So maybe one of the things I know you look at is, as Aliya mentioned, you start investing. And as she mentioned, we have Zidi, which is very easy. On your MPESA app, I would like to direct you towards the MPESA app. You can go onto your MPESA app. MPESA. Okay, yeah. So correction, it is the MPESA app. So within the MPESA app, you'll find somewhere on financial solutions, financial services. It is one of the buckets called financial services. And in there, you'll find Zidi, invest and save. From there, you can opt in and begin the journey of investing from as little as 10 shillings. Yeah, I'm trying to. Should be. So confirm, you can see it on the screen. So within there, once you opt in, you'd be able to start investing. And it's very simple. It has two easy buttons: invest and withdraw. Like, it's very simple. You just put your money and you can take it out. The simplicity of it is to make that anxiety of where do I start and how do I start. So once you put it in, you just begin, you invest from as little as 10 shillings. And we encourage you to move your money out of your M-PESA and have it there. Because why? You're able to earn an interest. Remember what Aliya mentioned? It's your 10 shillings, it's your 2 shillings, sometimes even 40 cents, but compounded over time. And the idea of building your wealth is not a one-day thing. I know there are people who get lucky, and you've seen guys mean a couple of millions by putting a stake here and there, but not everyone is as lucky. So you're able to begin from investing from there. Taking you to one of the other features that Ali had mentioned is auto invest. I don't know if we can have it back on the screen. Yeah. So one of the features that you would have is the auto invest. I don't know if you can see it. How many can see it on their Zidi? Oh, perfect, lovely. And from there you set up the rules. And I want to take you back to a conversation that was had here of budgeting, where you had your 50, your 30, and your 20. And how do you do that? It might not be as easy. How do you, just practically thinking, how do I set up and say I'm going to do 20% of my money? One is you take it out from source. It comes in from your salary, you take it out. Alternatively, you can go on to Zidi Auto Invest and set a rule of 20%. 20% could be your savings or your 30%, whatever percentage you want to set up. From there, once you set it up, it means all the money flowing out. If all your money gets into your M-PESA wallet and that's what you use, that makes it easy for you now to try and hit that budget. It's strenuous in terms of doing it, but nothing comes easy. Nothing good comes easy. So you can set up a percentage of that, and every time when you auto invest, every time it says turn your daily transactions into savings. So every single transaction you put in, I send money. You're sending money to Gitau, you have made. You say I buy goods, you're probably paying for something. I went to the supermarket, I made a purchase, I bought a few groceries, you've made an investment. You're paying for your electric bill. You're paying for that electric bill, you've made a savings. It's one step towards getting there. Now, you've put away all this money. You've been setting aside and you're doing good. Congratulations, you're clapping for yourself for that. Well done. But then there's you. You as Gitau, who can't control yourself. You see something nice, Aliya said that you buy a shoe every month. Yeah, and I mean, they look nice. My friend calls me up, he's like, wait, it's my birthday today. I hadn't planned for it. I need to take out some money. We have FOMO. I've been seeing in the group, so we are going where, there's something coming up. I hadn't planned for it. But guess what? I had money in Zidi. Or I had money in my savings account, whichever savings account you use. I had money there. What will I do? I will raid it. I'm not going to be left behind. So we have something called Zidi Lock. The idea of Zidi Lock is to save you from yourself. A way where if I see this money and I want to touch it, I can't touch it. What it does is that it gives you 72 hours cool down. So if you lock your money and you want to unlock it, it'll take you 72 hours to touch it. What I normally say is, if I'd seen that shoe and I really, really want it, 72 hours later, if I still want it, I must take it. So it takes you 72 hours to unlock your money. By that time, thinking about, do I really want to use this money or not? So again, saving yourself, saving that money from yourself. I want to now take you to one of our other products that Aliya mentioned. It's very, very, very new. It's not out yet. And we want to show you what's coming up in the very near future. What it goes away now is towards investing in the stock exchange. And I know some of the things will be mentioned here by the experts about how you go about that. What it gives you is that access to be able to do it. It is within your MPESA app, within the financial services. You'll find it somewhere within financial services called Zidi Trader. Zidi Trader will give you the ability to buy and sell shares on the Nairobi Securities Exchange. Again, trying to democratize and giving that easy access with zero transaction cost. So you'll be able to buy your shares at zero transaction cost, and you'll be able to sell it back into your MPESA. So view about it. So you go to your trade, select your stock, and buy. The same process will apply for sell. You'll be going, depending on what shares you hold, and you'll be able to sell the shares into the market. Thank you all, and happy taking care of your money and not using it. Thank you.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Bwana Gitau. So we also want to have a Q&A with Mr. Gitau.
Oh, perfect.
You've heard about Zidi. You've heard about Zidi Trader. Actually, one of the online questions was, when is it being launched? And I know we're putting you on the spot.
Yes.
Do you have a timeline around when it's going to be live for us to be able to engage with it?
Thank you for the ones interested in it. We're opening very, very soon, and we'll be able to announce to have you begin investing.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. So it is in the pipeline?
Yes.
And very soon we'll be able to invest.
Indeed.
Now, one of the things that you need also to appreciate is previously, I think before August last year, you could only buy a minimum of 100 shares. Today, you can buy how many shares? And there are companies that are worth how many? How many fingers do I have? 2 shillings. What's your M-Pesa balance as we speak?
Tough question.
What's your M-Pesa balance?
Does Kingori, does Fuliza count? Or is it?
What's your M-Pesa balance? The most expensive share on our stock exchange is not 300 shillings. I ask you again, how much M-Pesa balance do you have? How much did you spend yesterday on something that... Now, you can see, so as Aliya was talking about, and this is just me waiting for people to raise their hands. One of the things we struggle with is diet. And as you can clearly see, it's a struggle I lost, and I accepted. So many times you walk by, have you noticed most supermarkets when you walk in, what's the first thing that hits you? The pastry section. The bakery smells good. So many times, what happens? And then it catches you the day you're hungry. Yeah? January is the month for fasting. So what do? You come in and the smell captures you. Then you remember, I don't have money, but I have savings. Or you have Fuliza. So you pick, and then you'll wait, and then you pay. You can invest on the Nairobi Stock Exchange. How many shares do you need? You're able to buy? And very soon you'll be able to do that from your M-Pesa balance. Any questions around Zidi, what you've heard today? Excellent. So I see 1, I see 2. That was a head. Okay, the one I thought was a scratch of the head. So then we have the lady here. So there was a lady at the back where she's gone. She's put her hand down. So we had her. We have the lady with, that looks like gold. Yes. Okay, we have Yun Brown. We have the lady in gold. And then we have another lady here. So let's start there. Let's do 2 sets of questions. And then, so we'll have you. Then we'll have, there was a lady here, the lady in gold. Then we'll come here. Yes, excellent. Let's have those questions.
Good morning. Yeah, my name is Meshek. My question is, let's say you do have a CDSC account and I have, let's say, Safaricom shares and I buy more with Zidi. In the event that I sell my shares, can I sell all of them with Zidi, or do I have to, or can a stockbroker sell all of them, even the ones I hold with Zidi Trader?
Okay, excellent. So let's take, there's a lady at the back in brown. Yes, thank you. So we'll take those two questions first.
Good morning. My name is Aurelia. 2 questions. First, what kind of stocks are we going to have access into with the new product that you're building? That is one. And then lastly, when I'm trying to adjust the investments percentage on Zidi for the auto invests, it's tedious. Can you just allow us to type the rates in instead of just playing around with yes.
Okay, let's have those 2 questions.
Thank you for your questions. So on the stocks and what you have on your CDS and what you'll have on your MPESA wallet for your Zidi trader, for now we shall treat the 2 as 2 separate accounts. So you'll be able to have your account on your Zidi trader and have that running parallel with your CDS account. So whatever you buy on Zidi trader, you'll be able to buy and sell it within that. And whatever you have on your CDS account, you can go to your preferred broker and sell it. On the stocks, you'll have all stocks available on the Nairobi Securities Exchange. As long as they're tradable, not suspended, or any issue that they have, you shall have access to all stocks within Nairobi Securities Exchange. On the feedback on the dial, well noted. Thank you. Yeah.
Excellent, thank you. So we have the lady at the back in gold. So we'll take that first question, then the lady at the back, then we'll come to, that was Eric? Excellent, excellent.
Good morning. My name is Wahito. I have a question about Zidi Investment and Save. So it's on the MPESA app. So what happens when, especially because of MPESA app, you need data or bundles, and you're using the normal Safaricom toolkit? Does Zidi still help when you're doing transactions, or can you guys be able to do that? Because I think I've done that before, and I think you need to be on the app for you to be able to get or to save on Zidi. So is it possible, or maybe I missed it, where we can use our Safaricom toolkit when we're not using our app for us to still earn money or save money from it? Thank you.
Okay, then we have, there's a lady, yes, at the back there. Excellent. So we'll have those 2.
Good morning. My name is Jane. Thank you, Gitau. I have a question about auto invest. Let's take, for example, 1, we encourage ourselves to do budgeting. And probably I'm doing a high cost item. And then I have 20% auto invest. So that means as I budget, I need to budget for auto invest as well. That's just a note. A question, if I have a balance of exact amount that I need to use in spending for an item, and let's say it's 20,000, I want to buy and take care of the transaction cost, but I do not have an extra 20% of the auto invest that I want to deduct. So how does that go? Thank you.
Great,
Yeah.
so let's do those 2 questions.
Thank you. So on your saving offline, without having data, you have the option of going to USSD, which is *334#. You can have it there. And you go to option 5, where you'll have your financial services, and you'll find 1 Zidi. So you can do that using your USSD option. To even go further offline is to, if you go and set up your auto invest, and it could be even whatever amount. I personally set up 50 for every transaction. That means that you don't even have to have data to invest. This happens in the background. So you're just constantly investing without even having to go all the way to the app and to begin investing. That happens automatically. Now you've put your savings into auto. It happens without you having to make any action, put in any pin or do whatever. That would be one of the best options to go offline and begin your savings. On the having too much money or your transaction, you have a 20,000 and a 20% on that, on a high amount. It's true. It could take away a high amount on it. But what I normally say in this conversation is that, one, it was a free transaction into Zidi. So you didn't go into any negative. You could even have a bonus of an interest on that money that you actually put. And if you feel it's taken too much, I discourage, but you can take it back to your MPESA wallet. But the best case scenario is that you will not have incurred a transaction cost, but you will have earned an interest for that day.
Excellent. So let's have Eric's question. And then we'll have, yes, the lady in gold. Then from there, we'll move on to the online questions. There are lots of questions for you.
Let them come.
Great, great. Karibu sana, Eric.
Thank you, Kingori. Thank you, Gitau.
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. I don't quite think you answered the lady's question.
Okay.
Because she was asking if, with a balance of 20,000,
yes,
exclusively, in a
yes,
transaction
yes,
of 20,000,
yes, I missed that.
what would happen?
Yes.
Would it deduct 20% and then only remit 80%? Or what would happen? Or
So,
if you had a
yeah.
Fuliza, would it then go into the Fuliza
Good question.
and put
Indeed.
that into Zidi?
Good one. So apologies for that. But to answer that question is, the first priority goes to your transaction. So whatever you are meant to pay, you shall do that successfully. If you have the funds to make that 20,000, you shall make that 20,000. In the back end, what it'll do is that it'll query to see, do I have these funds? If you do not have the funds to fulfill that 20%, it'll not auto-invest. And it'll not send you a message to remind you you don't have the money. So it'll complete.
And it's not going to take from the Fuliza.
So Fuliza,
balance.
No. No Fuliza. So it'll just stay quiet and it'll not carry forward that transaction. So that transaction will just end. The next time you have money for the next transaction, it'll just take that new transaction as the auto-invest for that new transaction. So it does not store any past transactions. It does not take from your Fuliza, and it will not remind you cannot complete it.
Okay, thank you for the clarity.
Yeah.
Now I can get to my question. And I appreciate that the product has not yet come to market, but the Zidi investing, the
trader.
the feature, the trader.
Yeah.
Thank
yeah.
you.
Yes.
I was looking for the name, Zidi
Yes.
Trader.
Yeah.
Without a CDSC account or CDS account, how does one receive dividends from the companies in which I have bought a stake of equity in?
Yeah, so what happens is that you come in one group account into that, and every single stock, so you have your book closure where they announce that whoever is holding this stock is entitled to dividends. At that point, everyone holding the stock, even within Zidi Trader, is recorded that you've held this stock at this point. When the companies pay dividends, so a long story is that they'll go to your registrar, confirm who's holding this, and then thereafter send the money to Zidi Trader. Whoever is within Zidi Trader's records as holding those stocks, at that point of announcement, you will be entitled to get the dividends.
Okay,
Yeah.
so if I'm registered as a shareholder of that company,
yes,
that means I can, in theory, take my stock outside of Zidi Trader and sell it to a non-Zidi Trader person, so outside of your platform. Is that correct?
Only in the market. It has to go through the exchange. Yes. So you have to send your order to the exchange. Once you send the order to exchange, someone on the other side, your counterparty, someone willing to buy whatever you're selling, will buy it on the same exchange.
Okay.
Yeah, the same way you do if you're on any platform. When you send an order to the exchange, you send your order to the exchange. Someone on the other side will see your order, 100 shares of X at X price. If they're willing to buy it, then they'd buy. And in the same way, you get a confirmation that your order is successful and matched, and you get your paper, and you get your money.
Okay. Last question. You mentioned that there are no fees. Is there a commission?
Is there? Yes.
Is there a commission?
Commissions apply.
Okay.
Yes.
What is it?
So we've currently put it at 1.5% of all trades. It's lower than the current 2.1.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. So let's have the lady in gold, and that will be our last question for those in here. Then we'll take a couple from the online platform.
Okay, thank you. Hello and good morning. My name is Trudy. I'm a Zidi member and I really enjoy it. I preach it to anyone I come across, even my mother. Okay, mine is more of a request. Can we have, now that I've explored even those auto-saving, that is the best part of it. Can we have a group thing, like saving as a group? Because when I preach it to my friends and I'm like, probably want to plan for a trip or something, and we're like, now that it doesn't have any transaction cost, can we do it as a group? Will you put it into consideration in the near future?
Yes, so that will be the last for here, and then we have a couple more online.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you for your interest and actually being part of Zidi. Well done. Yes, without saying too much, it is in the roadmap. Roadmap in product terms is what you have next, what's coming up and what's coming up and what's coming up. So yes, we do have it coming up. And we look forward to having you saving with your group.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Gitau. So 2 questions from the online audience. So one is a Kenyan based in South Korea, but I'll open it up to say Kenyan in the diaspora. How can they participate where MPESA Global doesn't work? Yes, but they want to be able to participate in Zidi and the other products. Yes.
So for that, all you need is an MPESA line and your MPESA app for something like Trader. For Zidi, Invest and Save and your Auto Invest, all you need is to have your MPESA line because you can access on USSD. So if they have an MPESA account, then they can begin. If they have the MPESA app, they can access it from wherever you are in the world. Okay. So if you are in our neighboring countries making, you're probably in business, and you save your money in Pochi as a business owner, you have Zidi for Pochi in there. If you're going to buy goods in Uganda to come and sell them here or Tanzania, you will be able to, up until the day you're going to buy stocks pale kwa banange, you'll be able to withdraw your cash and move it from there, meaning that you'll be able to earn interest till the day you want to use it. Okay. Yes, so you can access it anywhere you are in the world.
Excellent. So wherever I am in the world, as long as I have access to my MPESA,
yes,
I'm able to access.
You're able to, yes.
Excellent, excellent. Yeah. Now, and this one is more of a concern. If people have challenges, say they've changed their details, what's the process of managing where your money has not come through, you have documents you need to change, what happens? What's the journey of dealing with issues that come up? Yes.
That's a very good question. That's definitely a user of Zidi. So we have a process of where you go to the shop. We call it claiming for your funds. So in case of something that may happen, God forbid, you lose a loved one and you're supposed to receive some of those funds, you go through a process called claim of funds. Using claim of funds, you have to go to the shop, present yourself to the shop. They'll give you forms where you'll be able to now do your claim of funds. Through that process, the money will now come to you. So once that process is complete, verified, you will get those funds using that process. So go to the shop and fill in, get your request. The reason for this is you want that process to be manual, for your money to be safe. So you want to make sure you go to the shop and present yourself to get that.
Thank you very much, Bona Gitau.
Thank you.
Let's
Thank you, everyone.
Acknowledge him. Thank you so very much. Have you guys learned a lot? It's helpful? It's making sense? Excellent, excellent. And as you can see, it's my money, my map. Being able to design your year with clarity, control, and confidence. And we really appreciate Safaricom, our partner, for enabling that to be possible for us to be able to do. I want to acknowledge the guys who are joining us virtually. Last check, we had 960 people on our platforms. We really appreciate each of you. I see we have people, we have McKenna Limuru, we have Rita in Embakasi, we have Tharaka Nithi County, Excellent. We have Rongai, we have Hawa Wendani, we have Qatar. Excellent. Thank you very much for joining us, Joan. Bungoma, Naivasha, we have Gashie, Kisii, we have Wales. Top of the morning to you. Mwiki, Kasarani, Karibu Sana, Nakuru. We have Tuk Nakuru, excellent. Kilifi, excellent, excellent. I'll be joining you down at the coast very, very soon. We are continuing well. And as we were sharing, our theme and the whole conversations we are having is for us to be able to design a 2026 where you are clear about the journey that you're on. Then we give you tools to do that confidently and with control. So I want to take us through a bit about the program and what it does for us and how you can benefit from when you attend this class. It's 12 weeks, like we mentioned. So we begin by taking you through how do you manage money and debt. Debt is not bad. Debt is good. But what makes debt good? Then we talk about how investments work. You've heard about CDS accounts. You've heard about money market funds. You've heard about trading one share. You've heard about land. You hear about treasury bills, treasury bonds. How do all these things work? And how do they make sense for the journey that you're on? And for yourself, how do you protect yourself? Many times when we talk about investing and investment, we don't think about what happens if you're not there. What happens when you get sick? The money that you had put in that emergency fund, that's where you go and raid. But yes, there are products that can facilitate. You start a business. Do you take insurance to protect your stock? You have staff who are in that place. What happens if they con somebody? There's insurance to help protect your investments. And then finally, this is about who? You. It's about my money and my map. It's about your money and your map. So we help you think through what is it you want to do in 6 months? What is it you want to do in 1 year? What will you do in 3 years? What will you do in 5 years? So that you have a continued journey on that you go through. So the key elements of the program are, we begin by processing how you think about money and why you think about money the way you do. Because many times the problem we have is not that we don't have money, is we think we don't have money. We don't see that 300 as being important. Those who joined us earlier, we talked about tracking. You begin to track and to see, where does my money go? One of the interesting exercises we do is we ask you, just look at transaction costs. Not the money you spend, transaction costs. Because today we pay for convenience. But it's 5 shillings. Is 5 shillings a lot? 5 shillings for a week is 200. How much? 5 times 5 is 25. In a month, it's 100. In 2 months? In 3 months? In a year? Is that a pair of shoes? What are you spending 5 shillings on? Convenience. So we begin by asking, how do we think about money? Then we start talking through, how does compounding work? What is this thing called compounding? When I take my 200 and it gets 10%, when I invest the next time, it's 110. And you keep going and you keep going, and then suddenly a little is not, a little is a lot. Then we talk about debt, we talk about living abundantly. Ultimately, ladies and gentlemen, it's about the things you want to achieve. I shared with you, mine is a Range Rover Indiani. Somebody say hallelujah. Exactly. So what's your plan? Because we want you to live abundantly, to achieve the things that are important. Where do you want your children to go to school? Do you want to start a business? Do you want to get married? Do you want to pay your school fees? What are the things that are important to you and how they speak into that plan? Then we take you through individual investments. Individual investments. And one of the powerful things about Centonomy is the people who take you through that journey do the business. So they tell you from a practical, tangible perspective. So when they talk about shares, they are traders in that space. When they talk about real estate, they are in that space. When they talk about insurance, they're in that space. And then we start talking about something that's very important that many of us don't consider. What happens to everything you've worked hard for when you're not there? The other day I was reminded, it's not only old people who die. It's not only old people who die. What happens to what you've worked so hard for when you're not there? How do you take care of it? Then finally, there's another interesting one there. We all have to pay taxes. How do they speak into your plan? And increasingly, the ecosystem that we're finding ourselves is that we have to be tax compliant. And when you're leaving the program, we talk to you about chamas, and I love that question. I also saw it online. Groups. How do you make groups work for you? Because they're an important and integral element in our wealth creation journey. And then when you graduate, we make sure, and I hopefully will be there. Let me tell you, graduation is a blast. It's an absolute blast. We celebrate with you, we celebrate you, and we take you through just celebrating the journey that you've been on for those 12 weeks, and we usher you into rolling out your financial plan. So ladies and gentlemen, I encourage us to register. Today, we have a special rate of 500 shillings if you register today. Classes will begin on the 5th of February. They are virtual, and we have two, one in the week, in the evening, 6 to 8:30. Saturday, we have 9 to 12, so that then you have the rest of your day, and we will be looking forward to having you. And really, our purpose, our conversation, our engagement is how to help you use your money to create your map so that 2026 is a year of clarity, confidence, and control. Sounds good? Sounds good? Sounds good? Excellent, excellent. That's a powerful voice. So, we're going to have an alumni. Tell us, how are the classes? Now, I mentioned to you I'm a trainer. So I have a vested interest. I'm very funny. My classes are the best. Yeah, they are the best. Yeah? But we want somebody who's actually been in the class to tell you, how do you survive 12 weeks? You know, as this is going on, life is also. How do you survive the 12 weeks? How do you move from not understanding what you're doing to get into a place where you're like, okay, I'm on this journey? The gentleman who's going to be joining us is a gentleman who really needs very little introduction. Many of us have seen him. Many of us have heard him. He's increasingly doing a great podcast called Becoming CEO, where he's interviewing people who are great minds in our country. He's also been a pioneer of the media, in the media space, and just telling the Kenyan story the Kenyan way. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the one, the only, Philip Karanja. Now, as Phil is coming, let's do it. Go, 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 go. Karibu sana, Phil.
Thank you. Did I get a pass or a distinction in class? I passed. Yes, I graduated. Good morning. Oh my God, this is amazing. This is amazing. It's a Saturday morning. You guys are here. I'm seeing a lot of young people. Kwani amnanga form Friday usiku? Tunafaa kwa tuna nurse hangovers. Why are you guys looking fresh and ni economy inawakimbiza hivi? Yeah. Sio mimi peke yangu. Very nice. Rootonomics for the win. My name is Philip Karanja, and I have been a filmmaker for about 2 decades now. I love storytelling, and when I was asked to come and speak, I was like, first of all, I am not an expert when it comes to personal finance or anything finance at all. So what do you guys want me to speak? They told me, you were our student, please come speak as an alumni. And that tells you how badly I'm doing. I joined class last year, and I've been hosting a whole podcast on business. None of the 12 course units that we were being taught, I can assure you, I have heard about all of them before. But there is a way they were taught in Centonomy that made it click. You know, that thing where you know until you really know. I don't know how to explain it. It's information we have. Anything you're going to be taught in Centonomy, you've heard about it before. But what they teach you is now investing and living with purpose. And I think that's the one thing I definitely picked up from Centonomy. Anyway, I'm going to start with a story that put me on this path. My brother-in-law is an investment banker. And I remember one of the days I'd gone to visit him, and he was anxious because the next day they were receiving a really, really big guest, like top VVIP guest, like one of their biggest investors in the Kenyan stock market. And so I happened to be with him, and he took me through the whole journey and how they were going to treat the VVIP throughout the entire week. You know, she's gonna be received at the airport with a motorcade of about 2 or 3 cars, SUVs. Then she's gonna be taken to all the companies where she's invested in. She was a huge investor for Kengen shares. So they're gonna go to Naivasha, show her what they're doing, the new tech. So in my head, he's speaking, and in my head, I'm like, oh, wow, this must be like some huge, I don't know, top CEO or another big investment company somewhere. So he tells me the investor is coming from Korea, South Korea. Yes. Yeah, it was South Korea or Japan? South Korea. I'm like, okay, interesting. Yeah, they're starting to invest in the country. And so we continued talking, and I don't know how it came about, but I asked him, what does this VVIP do? Like, does he run a wealth management fund? He tells me, no, she's a teacher. What? Yeah, she's a retired teacher. So all these investments, it's been over time, she's retired, now she's traveling the world. So as she's traveling the world, she's passing by Kenya to see her investment. I'm teacher, mwalimu. Yeah, like a high school teacher. That took me in a rabbit hole. I was like, how would a high school teacher be the biggest investor in the Kenyan stock market? That is madness. How? In my head, I couldn't comprehend. And so I went into this rabbit hole and just trying to figure out our investment, why we invest the way we invest. And so I came around some statistics, just gonna read them quickly. Where is this? I have lost it. Saa zile unatafuta kitu, ndio ipatikani. So Asians are very, very good at saving and investing. They rate at about 47%. 47% of Asian households have bonds, stocks, and mutual funds, while white people are at 35%. And then blacks, Africa, we are at 18 to 16%. And then I was like, now chat, that is black, so I know you're putting there African Americans plus, those ones are diluted. What is the figure for Africans? I swear it couldn't give me a figure. Nilijua tuko vizi. And so it bothered me. What is it about us as Kenyans, as Africans, that investing doesn't come natural to us. Yeah, so went down into another rabbit hole. And I went all the way back to pre-colonial Africa. And how did we used to interact with wealth? Wealth was communal. It was not individual. We'd live as a community. We'd had our cows. Livestock was our wealth, measure of wealth, or either livestock or farm produce. And we'd had them together and protect them communally. And we were never introduced to the cash, the system that we work with, until the colonizers came. By the way, Africans before that, it was barter trade. We read about this in history in primary school. So we had a very different approach to how we think about wealth. And so first of all, this is just to encourage you. There's nothing wrong. Most of us, when we approach wealth, we feel guilty. That's why we were just discussing with Waceke. We were talking about Fuliza. If you're going out and you have 4,000 shillings in your MPESA, no kona Fuliza 5K, in your head you have 9,000. Kweli. Wacheni niwaambie tu kweli. It is in our DNA. Hatujui kupiga sherehe peke yetu. Lazima tupige sherehe tukiwa wengi. We know how to eat communally. It's in our DNA. We know how to have fun communally. We know how to, we call it black tax, but that is how Africans were brought up. And so this whole individual vibe of money, so this is just to you, I think it's me convincing myself there's nothing wrong with me and us as Africans. This was not our system, but now it is here. Now we have to figure it out. And how was money introduced to us? Okay, lost my train of thought. But yeah, because it was forced down on us, then generationally what we've picked up about money is fear. We've grown to fear money. The minute somebody starts talking about investments, stocks, and figures, you shut down because you always feel like you're cutting up, you're not doing enough. So it's something passed down. And I have never paid attention to information being passed down or trauma being passed down until the day we were taking our firstborn son to Form 1, to a school somewhere in Kiambu. And my expectation as a father is, if mtoi anaingia Form 1 and it's a boy, I expect them to be bullied. See, that is normal. See, we all get bullied. Yeah, so I had to ask as a father, hey, niaje, so how is the bullying here? I hope it's minimal. I know it's there, but msimchape sana. And the principal told me, Philip, here we have 0 bullying. I was like, that is impossible. And I left him, I went home. Boy came home over midterm and I asked him, so how many times were you bullied? I was excited for the bullying stories. We all have our bullying. I was excited, I was looking forward. I can remember, Dad, no, I was not bullied. I was like, you guys, please. So you've survived for like 7 weeks without bullying? Yeah. How? And so I think at some point during the school term, we went back to school and I got an opportunity again to talk to the principal. I'm like, my son says he's been here for the whole term. He's not been bullied. How have you been able to achieve this? And he said, bullying, like everything else in life, is a culture. It's a culture that's passed down. And so when we opened this school, we were very intentional. We do not tolerate any form of bullying. By the time I was taking, we were taking our son to that school, it had been 5 years. That school had been running for 5 years. If you try bullying, you're kicked out immediately. And so for 5 years, there had never been cases of bullying. And that school to date, there are still no cases of bullying. So you can see how generational trauma, when it comes to money, has been passed down. Because money was introduced to us as a way of tax system. It could be taken away from you because you could be saving money and the white man will just come into your house and take anything they want. So that's why we have this idea of, if you have the money, eat it now. You don't know about tomorrow. You just eat your money. It's true. And the other day, something very scary happened in the news. Ethiopia defaulted on a bond. And I was like, hiya, Nana job, Prime Minister wa Ethiopia na President wetu. So, you know, I'm like, so even things we think are very safe, like government bonds, you know, but this is me just speculating. But yeah, I didn't have much to say because I think the experts will be here, and I was told to come and speak as an alumni, and I am a storyteller. And so the thing about storytelling is this. Every successful film you see, every show, every piece of content that you enjoy, the thing that keeps you hooked is not the explosions or the romance or the nudity or the curse words, whatever keeps you glued to that show. It's the relatability to the character. And the one thing we do as filmmakers whenever we are on set directing actors is we keep rewriting the script to fit the character, because instinct is that if the actor does not follow the script or does not understand it, they'll go back to their instinct, natural way of acting. And so as a director, my job is to keep rewriting the script so that the character, we continue to build the character in a way that he or she will be relatable to the audiences. And so the question I have for you is, when it comes to money, what is the script you're following? What are the norms you grew up seeing that you need to break? Because we all have, we either save or we eat. Like, money is consistent, you know, we save or we eat. But, you know, what did you grow up? What stories about money did you grow up seeing? And most of us, we didn't grow up in households where we discuss money. And the main reason I would urge you to sign up for Centonomy, it's because they have conversations about money in a way that you've never had, in a way that creates purpose and a roadmap. This is January, New Year, New Me, hello, tuko wengi? Yes, so there can never be New Year, New Me without a path. You need to write a path, you need a map, and one of the best ways to do that is with Centonomy. They gave me purpose. I used to be like every other Kenyan. Nikisikia kabroti maguta nakimbia. So niko na 2 plots, but sijui hazinisaidii. I'm still very broke. Nikisikia shares, it's the hottest thing, money market funds. So you have pockets of things you're putting your money to, but because you don't have a purpose and a clear path on why you're investing, then eventually you still find yourself broke. Although I usually say my broke is broke with a Q. Yeah, it's, you know, I'm a pre-billionaire, so yeah, so it's broke with a Q. But purpose, and that is the one word I want to leave you guys with. When you walk this journey of financial literacy, it's not just about investing. Anyone can invest, anyone can have money, you can put it anywhere. But why are you doing it? Why are you buying that piece of land? Why are you buying those stocks? What's the purpose at the end of it all? Yes. So, teacher, sijui kama alumni nimekurepresent vizuri. I love questions more. Thank you. I don't know if they're allowed to ask questions. Personally, whenever I'm asked to speak, I prefer questions because speaking assumes I know what you guys want to hear. And I don't want to assume that, so I prefer more of questions than speaking.
Excellent. I can confirm you have done very well.
Thank you. Thank you.
And the fact that you still remember all the things that you've learned is fantastic. Tell us, when did you take the program? What year, what month?
It was last year, 2025. I graduated in August, so 3 months, hizo ni ngapi? Wow, hesabu inakuanga ngumu. So that was the class for when? May. There's a May intake. Yeah.
Okay, excellent, excellent. So you've had about 3-4 months.
Yes.
Where you've been out of the program. Mm-hmm. What has been your carry through after the program?
After the program, I think the one thing, 2 things really sat with me throughout the program. Number one was what I've just talked about, investing with purpose, knowing why you're investing in whatever choice you choose to invest in. The second one was tracking your expenses. Hiyo kitu ni ngumu, my God. Wacha nikuambie, last year, end of this year, now after going through the program, of course it's ringing in my head. We usually cross over the year with a group of friends, and we said, okay guys, today we are doing the thing. Everyone get your statement, your M-PESA statement for the whole year. Big mistake, don't ever do that. If you don't have the heart, usifanye hiyo kitu. So we all printed our M-PESA statements. We went quiet for 10 minutes. Hakuna mtu anaongelesha mwingine. Because you're looking at your M-PESA statement, you're like, I am actually rich, but I am not.
Yes.
Where is this money? And then now you start looking at transaction costs. So two things happened. I thought I'd be the guy to introduce people to the Zidi auto save thing, but clearly I've been beat to it. But immediately we all opted out of Fuliza. Let me tell you, I don't know why. I think it's convenience. When you're opting out, you even feel like your heart is sinking. It was like the hardest thing. You're so used to this thing, the convenience, but when you go through the statement and you see how much you actually spend on it, it was ridiculous. Then the next thing is now we opted for the Zidi autosave.
Excellent.
And I'll tell you, because we have a company, so the way we run our money is very structured. So I don't do any big payments from M-PESA. That's something else I learned during the class. M-PESA is one of the most expensive transaction. Tunachoma. Nachoma is a wow.
This is where I put out the
for your
disclaimer.
everyday transactions, always plan. That's something I learned when we were tracking the expenses during the class. Yeah, M-PESA transactions are very costly. So plan your transactions. You're better off using cash or cards. But I think, let me tell you, so I don't do big M-PESA transactions. And it's been only, 16 days, 17? Today is the 17th, 16th, 17th. Let's see. And I only put 10%. The network is slow. So I don't do any big transactions. Like I use my M-PESA for very, 800 shilling, 1,000 shilling payments, 2,000 shillings. Any big transactions, I have a structure for that. In 16 days, I only put 10% autosave for every transaction. I have 13K in 16 days. By this, sijaifungua. This is the first time nimefungua. It's shocking, but that is what you can earn from transaction. And the beauty about that thing is you're saving 100 shillings, 80 shillings. If you send someone 600 shillings, you're saving 60 bob. If I tell you to save 60 shillings every day, you won't remember. But this thing, so my goal, and again, investing with purpose, is I promise myself that end of year trip that we usually take, I will pay with the Zidi autosave. So that is my goal. That's what I mean.
Excellent. Thank you, Phil. So we'll start with the online questions, and then we'll come to the audience. So let's be preparing our question. So Phil, first question. How can freelancers and creatives who don't earn monthly salaries save?
Meniguza, thank you. One of the hardest lessons. 2025 was a very interesting year for me because it was one of our slowest years business-wise, like a lot of people. And that gave me a lot of time to even go through this particular program. So having gone through this program and having really sat and thought through our business, this is to every creative and every freelancer. You have to differentiate between passion and business, passion and money. And you have to tackle money as an individual thing on its own, all right? I am a filmmaker. I love films. I I would, even at 90 years old, if God gives me the strength, you will find me on a film set. That's how much I'm passionate about films. But right now, I'm very clear that film is not an industry that can give me generational wealth. And it has taken me 20 years to realize that. It hurt. It hurt me. And so when you start looking at money, as a creative, what I'm pushing people nowadays and freelancers is when you start looking at money, for you to make serious money, you have to solve serious problems. For you to make big money, you have to solve big problems. So real money, real proper cash flow can only be generated in your quote-unquote old, boring businesses. You remember those basic needs we were taught in primary school? Food, shelter, clothing, education. Warembo wameongeza beauty hapo siku hizi. The one skill every single person needs to learn more than ever in this new world that we are living in is how to make money. So with creatives, I won't even push you to learn how to save more because there's nothing much you can save. Because you only get money like today, and then the next time you're making money is like 3-4 months after. I won't lie to you. You need to figure out how to get money, regular cash flow. And from regular cash flow, you can invest and save better. So you need to learn how to invest in businesses or index funds or whatever it is, something that can generate regular cash flow. Yeah, so for freelancers, that's my advice to them.
Excellent. So the essence is first separate passion from the business.
Passion ni juice. Focus on the money and the business.
Focus on the money.
Yeah.
And then with this money, figure out how to get it as regular as possible.
Yes.
So as you're waiting for the big ticket, there are these little amounts that are coming. What are they? Figure them out.
Absolutely.
Then once you have them, plan for them.
Plan for them.
Save and invest.
Yes.
Excellent, excellent. Now, 2 questions around being CEO. So the first is chasing money early a disadvantage for future CEOs? Is chasing money early a disadvantage for future CEOs?
From a personal perspective or a business?
For you now, Phil, as a CEO.
As a CEO?
Yes.
Look, man, the word CEO people have a lot of definitions for CEO, but for me, family, if your title is CEO, for me, CEO equals sales, period. Why are you a CEO if your business is not making money? Then wachana your title. Your job as a CEO is to make sure that business is making money. Yeah. So
excellent.
The measure of a successful CEO, according to me, is a healthy business that's generating money.
Excellent, excellent. Now, last question from our online community. Now, you have Phil, the CEO. Then you have Phil, the father, husband, family member, cousin, brother, boys club. How do you separate money for you talked about you don't pay big bills, but you're CEO. You have access to the big money in the account, but then there's you, the individual. How do you manage the individual money?
Again, a very hard lesson. Learning that company money is not your money. You have to, company money is not your money. Yeah. And so, especially for most of us as Kenyans, we run things we call startups. And they can be startups for 20 years. I don't get it. But SMEs are about 80% of businesses in this country. So most of us run very small outfits. And sometimes it's very easy for you to lie to yourself that the money coming into the business is your money. Nah, the money coming into your business, you will always reinvest in the business. And so you have to differentiate between how to grow your own personal money. This salary that you're being paid by your business, which most of the time is never enough. You need to know how to supplement it and grow it. It's one of the reasons I started becoming CEO, because I quickly realized everything was shifting online, so I needed a presence online. And for the love of God, I could not be one of those creators. Hi, come with me as I go to this. Yeah, I don't think my life is that interesting. Yeah, so I just woke up and yeah, so becoming CEO for me was a way to figure out how to generate more revenue. So live online, generate more revenue. So my business is still running, but now I have this thing called becoming CEO, which is now also adding up to my revenue. And then from that, whatever I get, okay, now how do I invest? Where do I invest? So learning that business money and personal money, those are two different things.
Excellent. And that's a very important lesson, especially for those who are running or planning to run businesses. Those are two very separate entities. There's a business, and I love something also you said, the business needs to pay you as a factor of production. Then what you're paid, you live off, and you plan for it. Excellent. Now, I want to invite us to share questions, comments to Phil. So I want to do it slightly different. I want to be a bit more democratic. I want to start on that end, take one question, and we'll go each row as we go along. So do I have a question there? Okay, going once. I saw somebody is already excellent. So we have that question there. Then this column, any question? Excellent. We see the lady in, now my color, that looks burgundy.
Itabidi tuitane mkutano, because inaweza kuwa fuchsia, inaweza kuwa purple, inaweza kuwa, hey man, these colors.
So we have the fuchsia, burgundy, the lady. We'll take those two, and then we'll come to this section. Karibu, sir.
Morning, everyone.
Morning.
Thank you so much, sir, for those nuggets. I have a question on, there's a statement you made that we need to focus on making money. And the biggest skill is how do you make the money? So you host Becoming CEO. So how do you make business sense out of the podcast? Thank you.
How do I make business sense out of the podcast?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
So then let's take the second question.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Victoria, and I have a question.
Sasa. Kofiti?
Yes.
Hiyo ni color gani kwanza?
Yes.
Purple.
Ni purple?
Yes.
You see,
Yes, I think my question as a young person is, I know you've mentioned it, and I need you to just be able to expound on it. You've talked about the various ideas on investment. There are various ideas in regards to shares are coming, bonds are coming. There's just so many things that you're being encouraged to do. And every organization, today we've had Zidi came up. You know, there are many people who will come and poach the various investment ideas that are required, you know. And my question as a young person is, how do I hear all this, but still stick to the plan as you had mentioned and the purpose, without having to feel as if, okay, today I invested in this, and then a few months later, a friend of mine came and gave me another idea, and I feel like it's better than the one I have. And a few months again, you know, another one comes. So just that clarity of contentment, but also wisdom on how to keep the consistency on my plan and purpose in my investment.
All right.
Excellent. So we'll take those two.
Okay. So for becoming CEO, I went into it very intentional that it was to be both for me to create more revenue. So first things first, my first plan with becoming CEO was to get the CEOs there. So now see the CEO is seated next to me. I'm having one-on-one conversations with them. I can pitch my business to them. So I don't work hard to go look for CEOs. They come to me. So that was my strategy. And that was a very intentional strategy with our business. My business partner, Abel Mutua, he does content for the mass market. And then we needed to figure out how to bring in the corporates to be able to support everything that we do. So we started becoming CEOs so that now I have direct access to all the CEOs. That's the first thing. Number two, YouTube does monetize, but racism is a thing. You know, we can't rely very much on YouTube monetization. And then now, as the views grow, becoming CEO now becomes part of PR and marketing strategy for a lot of businesses. So they want their CEOs to be on the platform. So some CEOs do pay to be on the platform. The other thing is because of the viewership, now I can incorporate brand placement on the show. So I've worked with a couple of brands and they pay for that. And because of being on the podcast and hosting all these great CEOs and maybe asking really good questions, now I'm getting gigs where I'm being asked to be a host at events. I'm getting speaking gigs. I never used to do this. I am getting to moderate panels. And most importantly, I'm also building my name out there as a thought leader. So because of that, I'll get invited to speak even across the continent and from that. So with just one foray into becoming CEO, it has created like 6 or 7 different revenue streams. Yeah. Too much noise. Yes. Invest in this. And every day there are finance gurus on the internet. First of all, I think I kind of like what China has done. Wamesema, if you don't have papers for any specialty you're talking about, we cancel you. So I love that. I kind of like that. In my line of work, most clients will come with a complex product or service, and they're like, Phil, I need you to create an advert for me and simplify it in a way that it can go to the mass market. So one of the skills I've picked up over time is how to simplify everything. And I'll tell you this, when it comes to money, Aki, there are 3 very simple rules. This is my thinking, and this, he will clarify. Number 1 is spend less than you make. It's very simple, it sounds very simple, but yes, spend less than you make so that you save more. And then number 2, growth of money is compounding. So there are 2 ways, if you ask me, how to generate more money. Number 1 is invest in a business. I think any business, whichever business you choose to, will grow your money exponentially. But now, if you're a career person and you don't have time to be in business, I will heavily suggest on proven funds. And one of the best ones, and please, I am not an expert, please, but the index funds, the collective funds, I think consistently, yeah?
The collective investment schemes.
Yes. Consistently, most of them in a period of like 50 years have every year been consistently giving like 10 to 11%. You correct me if I'm wrong. So that means if I can save with them consistently for the next 20, 30 years, and each year it's giving me 10%, I think it's a safer bet than trying to invest in Bitcoin today. Tomorrow it's Nvidia, tomorrow it's simple, boring. Investment is very boring. And the third one, imepotea. But keep it simple, keep it simple. But help me on that, please.
Excellent. No, you've nailed it right. The essence of why we ask you to do the budget is you know where your money is going, so that then you purposely save. And the more you manage your expenditures, the more you have available to save. Because the reality is this, ladies and gentlemen, you're not going to have money to invest if you don't save. That's the reality. So you have to consistently put money away. Very rightly, collective investment schemes, so your money market, your unit trusts, the special funds that we're having now, that's essentially what they've been able to do through diversification and opening up. And they've been able to maintain positive results throughout the period. So now this is what happens when you leave the Centonomy program. You're able to speak, that you should now come and become the trainer. You're doing an excellent, excellent job.
Let me make more money, then I'll come with confidence. I'll come and I'll tell them, the class worked, I am rich.
Excellent. So let's take these two sections. Also those in the balcony, karibuni sana. We'll also be taking questions from you. So,
I hope that was
yes,
helpful.
we have the lady at the back there. So allow me, then let me see, do we have anyone on my extreme right? We have the gentleman. Now, is that green? Is it dark green?
Wow.
Atatuambia.
Atatuambia.
Excellent,
yes.
Excellent. So let's have those two.
Hello, how are you doing?
I'm good.
Nice to meet you, Phil.
Pleasure.
So I just wanted to ask you, my name is Jazz, and I'm an actor and voice actor. And I wanted to know, you said something very interesting about how money in Africa is mainly shared and communal. We get that. Like, I feel that in my soul. So in the creative industry, because it's not traditional, it's something, you know, storytellers we come about when we're needed. And so, you know, it's not something that, you know, it comes from generational wealth, it comes from inspiration, from when, if there's a movement that is needed, people need to speak, people need to create stories. So if we want to invest and we want to build generational wealth in an environment where it's not clear how we can do that, my question to you would be, in your, I guess, how you've managed to navigate your life in the entertainment business and filmmaking and all of that, what systems do you think creatives need to create, you know, the lifestyle that we want when it comes to having a, you know, good financial flow? Because we're kind of like unpredictable.
We love a good life.
We do,
yeah,
and we need to have that life so that we can
Absolutely.
come and tell people, by the way, I agree. And we do that with songs, and we do that with films, and people love that. So, you know, what kind of mindset do you think creatives need to develop in order to create a functional financial flow from you know, for themselves, as like what you're doing in your line of work and the position you've reached, and those who are coming into the industry? What kind of mindset do creatives need to have and bear in mind? Because we're not like everyone else. So what do you think we need to start developing so that we can help ourselves and not ask everybody and wait for these opportunities? How do we create them? It's a long question, but I hope you've umeshika.
Thank you. Then we take the gentleman, and you begin by telling us the color.
Yes, my name is Kelvin. This is color green. Yeah, so I'm a CEO from the Streets to the World production. Now, because you're here, I'm very new. We started our company last year. And my question was, what kind of investment is it right for a production company?
Okay, excellent.
Watu wangu wao. Now here I'm home. This makes me happy. You remember that statement for Jazz and, sorry, remind me your name? Kelvin. We need to separate passion and business and actually learn about the unit called money. That's what I've had to do. And understand what our role is as creatives. So the work that we do as creatives, as a production company, as a creative, we are an attention engine. We are not a wealth generation engine. The work that we do grabs attention, but it will not generate wealth. So now we need to develop a skill on how to develop wealth. A conversation I have with a lot of parents is, how will we upskill our kids? And my daughter is somewhere, so I go with her whenever I can, when I'm working. how do we upskill them? And nowadays I say this, in the world that we are living in, there are three skills that will make you unstoppable. Number one is confidence. If you have the confidence to speak your mind, speak what you're feeling, speak yourself, sell yourself, you can stand in any room and be the least smartest person in that room, but walk away with the best deal. Confidence is number one. Number two, critical analysis. Because of AI and what it's doing to us, there's an overflow of information, what she was talking about. You need to learn how to critically get all the information and know which is the right information to use. So critical analysis. And number three, every single person, I don't care what you do, in which industry you're in, you need to have an entrepreneurial mindset. You need to learn how to make money. If it was simple, everyone will do it. So now, as creatives, what is our power? What is the core thing that you do as a production company? Jazz, as an artist, your core value is storytelling. Now, how do you add storytelling to every other thing in this life? And I'll give a quick story, very quick as we wind up. Vincent van Gogh, anybody, you've heard of him, the famous painter. He died very broke and very poor. Great artist. His paintings right now are worth billions. But he died poor. So he'd do his paintings, and because alikuwa na kasingo room, hazingetoshea. So he had a friend in another county, I don't know. So he would ship the paintings to the friend. And eventually he died very poor. And the friend he was shipping the paintings to also died, unfortunately. And he left a young wife with a newborn child. And so the wife now is a single mom, has to figure out money. She's looking in the house, what can I sell? And there's a room full of Van Gogh's paintings. And she goes with them to the market, and they don't sell. People don't get them. Then one day she's cleaning up the room, and she wants to throw away the paintings. Zimsaidina zinakula space. Then she discovers a box where it had letters. So for every painting that Van Gogh would send to his friend, he would write a letter detailing the details on that painting. So for example, there was one particular painting that was the painting of a bed in his house. And the letter said, look, this is the first time in my entire life that I've been able to afford a bed. I've been so poor, you know. So he detailed the struggle of him getting that bed. So this lady took all the letters, attached them to the paintings, and the value of those paintings shot up. All those paintings right now combined are worth billions of dollars. And that is what story does. Another example, Tesla, BYD. We know Tesla, we know BYD. BYD is more profitable than Tesla. BYD sells more cars than Tesla, yet Tesla is worth, I think, 10 times more. It's worth trillions of dollars. Why? Because the story of Tesla and Elon Musk has been told over and over and over again, and the story has made Tesla more valuable, but in truth, BYD is a more valuable company. So that is the power of story. So you as a storyteller, now as you learn how to invest, you can take your skill and invest, for example, in Centonomy and become their storytelling wing. You become their marketing wing, and you become an equity partner. And so as Centonomy grows, you can walk to your mama mboga and tell her, look, you only sell to the radius of the people around here, but if I invest in you, I can help design stories and turn your kiosk into a whole franchise. That is the power that is within us. Yes.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you, Phil. So, allow me to steal 5 more minutes, because pressure. We have the balcony. Okay. Any questions from the balcony? So I'll just start swinging from my right. Just raise your hand so that I can see you. I see there's a lady there. We have, is that a gentleman? We have a hand at the back on this side. And then we have the third person there. So let's take those 3 questions, and then we'll conclude that session.
Jazz, I hope. Okay, cool.
Hello. Hello. My name is Chris, and my question is, as a creative, how do you strike a difference between asking your fans for contributions and begging? How do you strike a balance between yeah. How do you strike a balance from asking for contributions, begging, and also extortionism? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's take the question that row at the back. There's a hand right at the back, the same row. Excellent. And then we'll have, that looks like black and white.
Hello, Jambo.
Hello. Jambo.
I'm Ned Benjamin. I'm a founder and a hustler. So my question is, how do you scale your preference on financial choices and investment choices? Yeah, thank you.
Sorry, repeat that again.
How do you scale your preference in making your finance and your investment choices?
Kuna word hapo siski. How do you scale?
Yani venye mseme aje ile yenye iko juu zaidi venye utazi
how do I rate them?
The priority to
priority, where to invest.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Okay.
Excellent. Thank you. Then we have the lady, black and white. So we'll just do those 3 questions. Okay.
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
Hi, Phil.
What's up?
So I have 2 quick questions.
We'll only take one, please. Let's
Okay.
only just one. Yes.
Okay, no worry. They are related, but anyway, okay. So my question is, what is the significant difference that you've seen in your business after taking the Centonomy class? Like just one significant change that you've seen.
Excellent. Thank you. And then the lady now, yes. Oh, it's a gentleman. Sorry, my apologies, my apologies.
Hi, Phil.
Hi, what's
I'm a
up?
big fan.
Thank you, thank you.
Yes, my question is in regarding social media, because I know you're in that space of content creation. So how important is it to have presence in social media from a personal perspective? I know you cannot ignore the social media presence as a company and as a business, but now from a personal level, I see that we live in an age where almost all CEOs have a YouTube channel, a podcast, and what. So is it important? Is it something that you should do? And also, from content consumption, how do you say it? How would you put it? Is it important to know what is going on, to know what is running around as a person growing to be a CEO? Thank you.
All right,
Excellent.
thank you.
Thank you very much.
So maybe I'll just start from there as I go back. Social media, one of those things. From a personal perspective. So in 2015, a shift happened in the world, and human beings' first screen to interact with became the phone from 2015. So you wake up in the morning, the first thing you look at is the phone. You're driving, God forbid, but you're looking at your phone. You're watching TV, you're looking at your phone. So it makes absolute sense to have your business on a phone because it needs to be there. Now, the other thing that happened is because of the internet and social media, power became democratized, and that means that people that were unreachable before became very reachable. And so what we've seen is consumer trends right now. Someone will buy something that I tell them to buy as opposed to a business page telling them to buy. Why? Human beings trust human beings. So if I will just trust another human being faster than I trust a business page. But now from a psychological and personal perspective, before you take the leap, because business-wise and career-wise, having a presence on social media will help you move faster. That's a given, because it doesn't matter which industry you're in, you can build yourself up to be a thought leader in that space, and from there, you move 5 times, 10 times faster than your peers. So that's very important. But also, have a sit down and ask yourself, once my life is out there in the public, am I okay with that? Because it also comes with its own demons. You can't have a private life. If you're going through a heartbreak, you're going through it with everyone else. If you make mistakes, you're making it with everyone else. These are the questions a lot of people don't ask us. So there are positives to being on social media, many huge benefits, but then there's the downside to it. So hapo ni wewe ujiteke a meeting and weigh the pros and the cons. The other question, oh yeah. Doing the classes, what impact has it had on my business? One of the reasons I started becoming CEO, and it came in fruition when I did the class, is being able to lead your business. You cannot lead your business if you're not okay. So if you're poor at financial management on a personal level, believe it or not, you will manage your business badly. And I've seen it. I've had very many conversations with very many business leaders and CEOs. So if you're a business leader, you're leading your company, or in whichever capacity, you need to work on your personal finance first. Because you see, if you spend badly, you will run to the company and get funds from there. So if you have no discipline with your personal finance, utakula pesa ya kampuni. It's very direct. So yes, that is the correlation between this course and running your business. The other question was where to invest.
Yes. And how you prioritize.
Prioritize. Where. So first things first, it's understanding what is important to me. And right now, my biggest motivation is my daughter. So she needs to go to school. School is expensive. Watu wangapi wako na watu wanaitwa watoto? Are you guys okay? Oh yes, that's the reason you guys are here. Mmelipa school fees, hamna pesa ya sherehe. Yes, so one of the reasons I will invest, and I don't call it investing, it's where I put my money so that it doesn't depreciate, is I'll go to the money market funds, but for me I use that for the school fees. So it's where I'm putting the money, ndio time ya kulipa school fees natoa hapo hivyo, but the money is not depreciating. In terms of investing in where I'm going more in terms of making money is because I know my strength is in storytelling. So now I'm starting to invest in actual boring businesses, food, shelter, clothing. Yes, so I'm investing. It's very easy for the work that we do to invest in clothing company. It's very easy for us to invest in a food company, food and beverages company. It's very easy for us to invest in beauty, cosmetics. So yeah, so those are the industries I'm looking at. That's where I'm investing at currently. Was there another?
Yes, there was a question.
Yes, that one was on creatives. Tuache kuomba.
Yes.
Hardest truth I had to swallow last year was what we do as creatives is nice to have. It's not a must to have. It's a very good to have, but not a must to have. So as creatives, that's why I'm preaching to creatives is we need to learn how to invest in businesses that are good to have. I'll give a very good example. We sell merchandise through Abel's brand, Mkurugenzi, and we sell our film. And every show, my show, Becoming CEO, and Abel's episode, beginning of the show and end of the show, we always tell guys, please go to our site and buy our film. Please go to this site and buy our merchandise. And immediately the show goes on air. Hata tunakaanga pamoja na hizo simu za MPESA. Simu ya MPESA ya merchandise. Ting, ting, ting. Ingine ya film. Our film, we sell our film for 250 shillings. Merchandise, the cheapest t-shirt is 1,800 shillings. Yet that is what people buy most. Why? We all need to wear clothes at the end of the day. So I might as well wear clothes that have a brand that I love. But film, I love you guys. I can watch your film, but if I don't watch it, I won't die. And that is the harsh reality for creatives. The work that we do speaks to the soul, to the spirit. But money is fueled and run by the body. And that is why any business that makes sense is something that feeds you, clothes you, educates you, and maybe financial sector, because it makes all these things run. So as creatives, learn to start investing in traditional, boring businesses.
Excellent. Thank you, Phil. Really appreciate. And every blessing with the great work that you're doing. We really appreciate you. Even just for how you tell your story. Ladies and gentlemen, that is what happens when you go through those 12 weeks. You're able to come out confident, clear. You understand why you invest and why you invest in the things that you invest in. Sounds good? We're doing well? Now, I can tell your energies have gone down. So let me invite us. Please stand. Please stand. So we used to play a game called Simon Says when I was younger. So this one we're going to play is called King Ori Says. So whatever King Ori says, you do. So King Ori says, take your right hand and let it touch your left ear. Excellent, excellent. Put it down. You've all failed the exam. King Ori has not said put it down. Okay. No, you're still here. You haven't been told put it down. Good. King Ori says, release slowly your right hand and put it down. King Ori says, take your left hand, let it touch your right ear. Scratch your nose. Ah, there are a few. Okay, we're doing better, we're doing better. Okay, turn around. Aha, there are a few who failed. Okay, okay, okay. Are you feeling tired? No, you're not, huh? You're sure? So you can put your hand down if you feel. It's okay. You can put your hand down. Waceke has already gone, lost that one. Okay. King Ori says, take your left hand, release it slowly, put it down. King Ori says, stand akimbo. Good. King Ori says, bend to the front as far as possible. Keep bending. Okay. Keep going. If you feel pain, just stand. Some people are not bending. There are those who are still standing. Okay? King Ori says, come up, come up, come up, come up. King Ori says, put your left hand and your right hand at your waist. King Ori says, dance a bit. Dance a bit. King Ori says, go round, go round, go round. King Ori says, go round, go round, go round, go round. King Ori says, take your right hand and get your phone. King Ori says, open your phone. King Ori says, open your MPESA. King Ori says, go to your camera. King Ori says, make sure your camera, you can see yourself. King Ori says, make sure you can see yourself. King Ori says, make sure you're looking to see which angle is good for you, which brings out your light. King Ori says, piga selfie. King Ori says, piga ingine. King Ori says, piga ya tatu. King Ori says, piga ya nne. Haya. King Ori says, feel free to take a few more. I am learning that there are never enough selfies. Good. King Ori says, open your favorite social media. Open your favorite social media. King Ori says, post that picture. Open your favorite social media, post that picture. King Ori says, search Centonomy on your favorite social media. King Ori says, tag Centonomy. King Ori says, press skip to the next empty space. King Ori says, type hashtag. Centonomy Open Day. Hashtag, my money, my map. King Ari says, hashtag, financial freedom. King Ari says, Sambaza. Sambaza. People are already beginning to do group selfies. I like that. How will people know you are here? Excellent. Let's post those photos. Let's get people to interact with them. By the way, there are scholarships that are going to be given out. So let me also invite, King Ari says you can take your seats. King Ari says, give yourselves a warm round of applause. Excellent, excellent, excellent. So, we're going to be giving up a few things out. We've already given out a book earlier on. I still have a couple of scholarships to give. So I'll be inviting my team as I make the next couple of comments to be looking at who made the first post. And we will have a scholarship available to them. To go back to what Phil said and shared with us, one of the things that we appreciate in the African context, there's a lot of societal pressure. Yeah? We have to pay money to people. You have to contribute. You have to exist in a social setting. A lot of the things that we do are not necessarily ours. There's pressure. Yeah? December, you came and people went to buy milk and came back 3 weeks later. We like to go out and have fun. So how do you come up with mechanisms to manage that? And one of the things we teach you is that no is a complete answer. No is a complete answer. Something else he spoke to. There are things, and especially for those in the creative space, and even for all of us, ladies and gentlemen, let's be honest, even for those of us who are employed, the reality is you're not going to be paid what you want to be paid. True? You will be paid what your organization chooses to pay you. So you have to look for money. And there are elements that are, we call them non-financial. What's your skill? What's your talent? Now for the creatives, as you were speaking into that, you're already exploring, but for the rest of us, what's your skill? What's your talent? Can you learn a skill, a talent? Can it be the one that begins to generate for you revenue? As Phil was saying, the journey he's been on. He's a director, now he's a speaker. He's a brand ambassador. What skill sets do you have and how can they help you? Thirdly, this journey is for everyone. Whether you're creative, whether you're employed, whether you're a student, whether you're a CEO. It's for all of us. And fourthly, and lastly, it is about you and the journey that you're on. And investing in yourself is part and parcel of the journey. So I want to take us through what that investment looks like. We talked about if you register today, you have a discounted registration fee of $500. But the program in its totality costs $48,000. In its totality, the entire 12 weeks that will take you, the whole program costs $48,000. That's your investment in yourself. Those who will be getting scholarships will be getting $10,000 off, so they'll be paying a total of $38,000. Now, we appreciate that you may not be able to pay the entire amount upfront. So we have an installment plan. And we allow you to make 3 installments across the program. So we have, before you start, you pay $17,000. Around week 4, you're able to pay another $17,000. And finally, around week 8, you pay $14,000. So we recognize that you may not be able to pay it all upfront. So we have an installment plan for you. Now, how do you register? For those of us who want to register today, the registration fee has been discounted at 500 shillings. We have MPESA. So feel free, King Ori says, feel free, go into that MPESA. Make the payment. The pay bill, just in case you're not able to see it, is 986850. 986850. 6850. Account, put your first name and the number 101. Your name and the number 101. For those of you who will be joining us from across the seas, we also have our bank details, so you're able to make a transfer into that, and we'll be able to walk the journey. I've seen a couple of comments around how can you register. You're able to register also through the same process. So we have our bank details. We also have the PayPal and MPESA, whichever works for you. Please go ahead and make your registration payment. So, are you ready for our first scholarship award? Yes. Are you ready for our first scholarship award? Yes. So, this one is going to the first post today. If I could ask the team, do we have someone? You sent it to me? Excellent, excellent, excellent. Drum roll, please. As I open, ha, 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 ha. Now. We have Chep Tanui Ruto at 9:45. She was the first person to post. And so Chep Tanui Ruto, wherever you're joining us from, by the way, are you here, just in case? Excellent, excellent. Please come on stage. Please come on stage. Please come on stage. If I could ask Nancy from Centonomy, if you could also join me on stage. It's very important that we take this photo with you. I know Nancy is out there. If someone could just get her. Welcome, welcome, and congratulations. Excellent, excellent. I want you to take a photo. This photo is money. It gives you 10,000 off. So I want to invite Nancy, if you could join me. Now, Nancy is the one who runs the program. With Nancy, mambo iko sawa. Iko sawa kabisa. Nancy, if you could join us on stage. Excellent, excellent. A warm round of applause for Nancy. Nancy coordinates this program. So Nancy, we want to take this as a money shot. This is our first awardee of the scholarship of 10,000. So we want you to smile for the camera. Shake hands. This is how you practice even when you're getting a check, you're being awarded. Let me move away. Excellent smile. Excellent, excellent. So, Chapter Nui, Karibu Sana. We look forward to seeing you on 5th of February, and the team will organize with you how to ensure that you get that scholarship. And thank you so much. Karibu Sana. Please, a warm round of applause to Chapter Nui. We greatly appreciate you. Now, just so that you know, I had how many scholarships? Now I have how many? I had how many books? I have given out how many? 1. So I have how many left? The day is still young. You could be the next one to get. So please ensure you're posting, ensure you're engaging with us as we go along. Now, I want to invite a very special person at Centonomy. This lady is really why we are here. She's very near and dear to us. Sorry, as I organize myself here. Okay, it has refused to do what I wanted to do. So, this lady is very near and dear to us. She's the reason Centonomy exists. She has been a trainer with Centonomy. She has mentored a fair number of us to be able to do what we do here. And a great author, the book that we're giving out today, which is also available outside, is a book that she has authored, just speaking into the journey of how you can make sense of your money. Ladies and gentlemen, you are in for wonderful, wonderful conversation with Madam Waceke Nduati. So if you could join me in just encouraging her as she comes. Go, Waceke. Go, 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 go. Excellent. Welcome, Waceke. We look forward to hearing from you.
It's already, I wanted to check whether it's still morning or I can use afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Wow, this is such a great turnout. I can tell the beginning of the year, people really wanted to get their money right, didn't we? So welcome to the Centonomy Open Day. And I particularly like the theme that the team chose this year of my money, my map, my design, because I think that's what life has been about. So by way of introduction, again, Waceke and Nduati, yes, I founded Centonomy. But I founded Centonomy not because I knew what to do with money, not because I had gotten money right. So if you're waiting for a story of someone who just had it perfectly, who has always done perfect things, please, you may leave the open-ending now. Yeah, that's definitely not me. But I founded Centonomy because, first of all, of my own realizations. I was working at an investment company at one time, all these money market funds. Not only did I work with money market funds and equity funds and all these other funds that are out there, I helped set some of them up. As in, I did the documentation, the investment documentation for some of those funds. At some point, I worked for a stockbroker. I used to help people invest in the stock market. At some point, I worked for a property company. I would even help people get mortgages so that they can buy property. Yeah? I even at some point dabbled in insurance. What would you think somebody who... I forgot, I worked with pension funds as well, handling people's retirement money. What would you think somebody who has done that has? Money, right? But no. There's a map that if we don't get clear on mapping, it becomes what we call the default map. Yeah? So until you give money a map, there's a default map. What does our default map look like? Even in life. Let's just start with life. What were we all told life should? How should life work out? You go to school. And after you finish school, we're all thrown in school. We don't know what we're doing there, but we're in school. Yeah? After you finish school, you go to university, then you get a job. And then after you get a job, get married. Then after you get married, get kids. After you get kids, retire. That should be it, yeah? And maybe along there, if you do really well, maybe you even own a house, yeah? And then that's it. So, let me ask you, what was default with money then? What became the default? Pay bills? Because if we follow, money follows. Let me assign you a job today. You are the CEO of your money. But they were not here to make decisions for you. You actually are the CEO of your money. So if you're a CEO, if you're leading the company a certain direction, everybody else follows. So if you're the CEO of your money, where in that default has money been following? What has money been following? You don't think about it, but it's just there. Anything. So we pay bills. What else? Think about daily habits by default. Food. You're hungry, you go buy something to eat. See, that's the default. What else? It's just default with money. Everybody's doing it. Transport, airtime, school fees, sherehe. Good, someone has said it. Yeah, you'll go somewhere, supporting others. There's a contribution going on and you've been added to yet another WhatsApp group. Is anybody struggling with that default map? Yeah? Yeah? Before you can say whatever, you've already been added to a WhatsApp group and you don't look like the one who has left and you're insensitive. Yeah? There's a chama doing some sort of thing again. The thing they tried last time didn't work, but for some reason that is unexplained, they hope it will work this time. Yet we hope what will happen with money. So we are in default. But what do we hope will happen? Somehow we will survive. Somehow we will keep surviving. Somehow we'll be able to meet our emergencies. Somehow we'll grow our businesses, whatever the business is. Somehow How? Now, did somehow work last year? Nope. Has the somehow strategy worked for you in 2024? For the last 5 years, 10 years, have you been doing somehow? Has it worked somehow-ish? Somehow. Maybe something somehow, something not. But somehow has been appearing. So if money was a relationship in your house, today, not after, assume even you had not come here, how would you describe that relationship? Because we have ascertained it's based on somehow. So what would you describe that relationship as? Complicated. Toxic. Filled with tension. Yeah? It's like having a child in your house where you're not sure what time they're coming home. Yeah? So, yet, we always like, what are your goals? I want money to work for me. How? When it's filled with tension, imagine you're living with somebody in your house and the relationship is filled with tension, it's toxic, it's confusing, and it's based on somehow this relationship will work. What kind of relationship is that? So we have to accept we've been having, it's not about something different happening. Some of you have been here, you've been earning bigger amounts of money in business, in your work along. Has something significantly changed? Yeah? It hasn't. And as we get into the year, what do we do? On New Year's Day, what did we say? This is my year. Last year, did we say it as well? Okay, again, the somehow strat. But somehow, this will be my year. Resolutions change nothing. Because you can't fix a daily problem with an annual statement. This is my year. This is the year I will invest. This is the year I will do this. But you're trying to fix a daily issue. You're trying to fix that relationship issue. You're trying to fix that somehow issue with an annual statement. That is why resolutions don't work. Also, you think you'll work harder. No, you won't work harder. Because you can't keep working harder at somehow. Yeah? If somehow is the foundation of the house, that cannot actually be your strategy. So, we have to understand that money cannot be something we react to. It has to be something we design. You have to tell your employee called money what to do for you. And be clear. Remember, it cannot do 100 things. It cannot be confused that today is my savings. Today we are saving. Or I'm sorry, we didn't save. In fact, not only did we not save, we were talking about the Fuliza with people here. I've also Fulized. Yeah? But you told money the job description is saving. How are you now going the opposite direction? Even that employee is going to be very confused. So we have to stop reacting and actually design it. So for me, my lesson was, first of all, that understanding that you can have all the knowledge. Somebody asked here, all these products that are out there, how do we actually make a decision? That's never the starting point. So I had all that knowledge. I was earning a decent enough salary. But then I decided, let me take all that I know and step out and start a business. And my first business was a stockbroking business. And I thought, how will the business work? Somehow. Okay? Somehow. How will Waceke survive? Somehow. Yeah? Because some of you in business, did you do a nice business looking plan and projections when you started your business? How did that go? Because when you start businesses, does anyone project losses? No. Because of course your idea is the best. People have never will like it because you liked it. You thought customers will like it. Yeah? So you started a business. So I get out into the real world with all this knowledge. You could ask me what stock do I buy and I'd tell you. I'd even tell you all those fancy numbers, P ratio, ROE, ROI, dividend yield, People used to take me out for lunch because I had made the money. And I used to feel so good. You know why? because I was taken out for lunch. Meanwhile, so sometimes we are like, we get very, and this is life, we get very caught up in the things that look good. Especially with somebody with some sort of a name taking you out for lunch because they happened to be your client. So you've made them money, managing portfolios of people who have 10 million, 20 million. But never did I put myself in the shoes. So I was happy being the person who knows how to do it, but never entered the shoe of doing it for myself. So I step out, and the first thing that goes is a salary. Because my projections, month one, in fact, I had increased my salary from my employer. Yeah? Obviously, in the first month, I had put a salary increase, of course. I mean, even fuel could not be afforded. What salary increase was I going to have? Yeah? So it hit me. And it didn't hit me in comfortable situations. So Centonomy is 16 years old, by the way. So it didn't hit me in comfortable situations. It hit me with things that I thought I would never go through. Like, there's a time I had a client, and I'm going to see a client, and I cannot fuel the car. So I never thought. People are telling me, let's go out. And I'm like, we'll go out and spend 1,000 bob. I don't have 1,000 bob to spend. Well, I've come from a salary where I never used to think about that. And where I worked, it was so precise. Banks are so precise in where they pay. They pay on the 24th. If anybody here works for a bank, they pay on the 24th of the month. So we'd even go out somewhere on the 23rd, just make sure it's next to the ATM. Then at midnight, we run to the ATM and pay the bill. Like we never thought the system will fail. Like one day, there'll be a hiccup in the system. So you're living well. You have the proper title. Titles like fund manager, portfolio manager. Yeah? You work for the kind of company that opens doors. You just have to say, I'm from where. People want to see you. When I started business, I realized now with my startup, those people used to see me no longer have time for me. So this was not me, it was the company I worked for. Yeah? The things used to take for granted, like going out and spend 1,000 shillings. Yeah? So, I'll say I started Centonomy because God decided my message must become a message. Then I started talking to people, even when I was doing stockbroking, and realizing all of us have this relationship with money that is so separated and disjointed from what we actually want to achieve. So there are things we want to do with money, but I think we've never been told, just like anything else, just the same way you went to standard 1, standard 2, standard 3, standard 4. Even money follows that trajectory. It just doesn't happen that. And you know why? What does the media highlight? For us, whether it's movies, whether it's social media, when it comes to money, what is it putting in our heads constantly? Consumerism. Or other people. And I'm so glad Philip came today, because sometimes we also project things on people. We look at somebody like him and we're like, they must have done this. Wasn't it nice hearing the real side of it as well? Yeah? So we think something is wrong with me. Because everyone is on social media, they're putting fancy things, they're driving fancy cars, they're going on fancy holidays, they're wearing fancy clothes. It must be me. So we think something is wrong, but something is not wrong. There's a difference between looking like you're wealthy and actually being wealthy. Which one do you want? Yeah. Because money, I told you the job for money has to be clear. It can't serve two masters. Do you want to look wealthy or do you want to be wealthy? Yeah? And I understood that very early, because now I was thinking through the stockbroking business, and I could tell even when running that business, for me, something is off. Just handling people and telling them to buy shares is not fixing people's problems. For example, people would walk into Centonomy, the share company was running, not Centonomy yet, and they'd say, this is money for school fees. Do you see money for school fees cannot relate to the stock market? But people, because the stocks go up and down, so unless you have a long-term agenda,
You can't invest money for next term school fees in the stock market. You can't go to the school and say, Safaricom shares fell in value. Could you please give me a discount? You understand that, eh? So even as we have all these products that someone here was asking about, just ask, what am I actually trying to do? What is it actually school fees? So first understanding, I was the first student of Centonomy that I needed to learn how to look at money. How we have to look at money is like, let's say you're taking the Madaraka Express, you're in Nairobi. Where do we know for sure Madaraka Express will end up? Mombasa. Now here's what we do with our money. We enter with our best intention to go to, but this time you're the driver of the train. Where do you then take your train? Instead of staying on the SGR, where do you take it? Naivasha. Because your friend is having a party. Okay? Shortly after Naivasha, you meet someone there who's like, Thika is the plan. So from Naivasha, you take your train to Thika. Then the next year, you wonder, how come we didn't get to Mombasa? Yet, on January 1st, where were we all? At Syokimau, boarding the Madaraka Express. Yeah? So even with money, just ask, what is that route I've been taking money? And money it can't be on different trains. It has to be on the same train. Yeah? So we can't deal with savings, then think debt is going to be. You see, we deal with money like it's 10 separate people. It's one. Yeah? But managed in separate segments. So we think about debt in isolation from savings, from goals, from our income, etc., from our investments. It has to be, and today I'm going to show you a calculation to help you interconnect your money so that it is sitting in one train. The questions people ask, like, for example, how do I pay back debt? Let me make you the trainer here. How do you pay back debt? By the way, it's the simplest answer ever. Maybe sitting here and thinking, how do I pay back debt? How do you pay back debt? How do we help anybody here pay back debt? It is so simple. Can I give you the answer that sets you free about how to pay off back debt? By paying it off. There is no other way to get out of debt but pay it off and then put structures in place in your life so you don't go back again. That is, I hope everybody with their debts, and many of us are, I hope you have written the golden answer to paying off debt. Now, but when the debt is inside the train, rather than sitting by itself there, rather than shaming yourself about it, then you can see, how does my spending relate to my debt? You don't stop at debt. Remember the default map. If your default map is paying off debt, what will happen when the debt is paid off? Money knows my job is pay off debt. So all you had, there was no other goal but pay off debt. So once that's done, and I know people here, there are some people looking at me like they're nodding and they know what I'm about to say. Once you paid off debt, what happened? You see another loan came up. Because there's always a reason to take a loan. There's always a reason to take a loan. And now we can take loans from 50 bob to 50 million, depending on what app you're using. Yeah? There's always a reason. So if there's nothing beyond debt for your money to do, guess what? It will be my job, and my only job must be to pay off debt. So can we start seeing maybe our job description of money is a bit wrong? And it never starts with having money. It never starts with, you don't pay off debt by immediately today, I have 100 G's in my account or 1,000,000 shillings in my account and I can pay off debt. That's not how paying off debt starts, yeah? It starts with watching a couple of things. So my journey started with a 300 bob, and I want my team just to put up those slides of realizing the power of money. So Centonomy started with a simple calculation, yeah? When I had that salary, and let me tell you why I did this calculation. The incident that caused me to do this calculation, I was dead broke, like no money. So I went to the ATM because I wanted to withdraw the remaining 500 shillings that was in the ATM. Okay? Those days, you know, I told you Centonomy is 16 years. So those days, we didn't have MPESA like this on the fly. I went to the ATM, and you know what the ATM told me? They can't give me my 500 bob. The ATM has a minimum withdrawal limit. You have to retain your 500 bob there. So they refused. The ATM refused. Then this was my low. I thought to myself, what if I go over the counter, as in physically to the bank, to withdraw that money? That's when you know that's where it has turned up. Then I went and I told God, zap me into heaven. Like, I gave him examples of the guys in the Bible who didn't seem to die. They were just zapped. Some of them even carried in chariots or something like that. So I'm like, I'm ready for my chariot. Because with 500 bob that I cannot withdraw, why am I here? Yeah, but God clearly did not zap me into heaven. Yeah, instead he put a thought in my mind. You are mentally able. Mentally able. Yeah, and my first thing that I did was do the calculation of lunch money, because when I was comfortable, I realized, what was I doing every day with money? Rather than focusing on how do I get a big amount, I was using 300 shillings per day on lunch without thinking about it. And the system there was so set up, you'd go to the cafeteria at work, and then at the end of the month, they just deduct 9,000 shillings from your paycheck. Yeah? We didn't think about it. See, the default is, it's lunchtime, go. Remember, money is tracking you. It just follows your habits. So then I did the math. You know, when you don't have even 500 bob, 300 shillings becomes a lot of money. 300 times 30 is 9,000. 108,000 shillings. What can you do with 108,000 shillings? What has that done? Now, I want all of you to take, in fact, let's do this together. That was me then. Today, what is an amount that possibly passes through your hands that you don't even think about? And and there's no skiving. I want you to see your number. It could be 300, it could be 1,000 bob, it could be 2,000 bob, it could be 100 bob. What's your number? And do times 30 so that you see per month, and then do times 12. So it becomes personal to you. So you're not all sitting there, gosh, Waceke. How could she? Some people don't want to face it. If your neighbor is not doing the calculation, prompt them. Yeah? And it's your number. You're not showing anybody, so be honest. Even think about it yesterday. Some of you know yourselves. Some of you know where you were last night. Some of you made it here. You barely made it here. But we thank you. Online, I hope you are also doing this calculation. Yeah, those who are not in the country, do it in your currency of choice. But whatever the number is, times 30. And then that number times 12. How many problems have been solved by that? Yes. What can you do, with that money you have seen? Even before I make it more scary for you. What can you do with that, with what you have seen? All I have done, have I given you money? No. What have we just done there? Awareness. This is the relationship. Yeah? Because the relationship is not formed by, let's say you're going out with somebody, ladies, and once in a while, this person brings you flowers. Is that what forms the relationship? How is the relationship? But the rest of the time, they don't see you. They just show up every 2 months with flowers. Yeah? Does that make the relationship okay? No. But the daily things that they did along the way, vice versa for men as well. The daily things that anybody is doing along the way, even parent to child, child to parent, husband to wife, boyfriend to girlfriend. That's your relationship with money. It's awareness. And let me tell you, when you track your money, like we make people do in Centonomy, you'll realize even this you have underestimated it 10 times. Yeah? So our solutions are not in the big things. Centonomy, the cost of Centonomy is actually about 500 bob a day. Yeah? Over the 9 months, not even 3 months, not even a year. If you say whatever, that cost we are charging over 3 months is actually 500 bob a day. Where else do you spend 500 bob a day? Yeah. So now, so it's 108. So we all understand our annual number. We all understand what we could do. Some of you, of us, let me put myself in that boat. We have fun in December. Then January, we're like, the kids exist. Uniform exists. Books exist. They go to school. But during that Christmas period, my goodness, we want to deny their existence. Yeah? It's like they went to Mars, and now they've been brought back. Is that number school fees? Yeah? Isn't it? It can be debt, and I'll show you that. It can be an emergency fund, so that not every emergency is knocking you. It can be a holiday. My realization was that 108,000 shillings is a pretty decent holiday. Yeah, I could go to the coast and have a brilliant holiday on lunch money a day. Because your map, this train you're on, don't get me wrong, in this train also exists the things you want to do with money. Do we all want to enjoy certain things? Yes, that's human. You have aspirations of some sort. So we're not telling you that entering the train with your money means you only do the things that are about discipline and being frugal. No, it's about saying, this was important to me too, but make sure it is important to you. You're not trying to look like anybody else. You're like, holiday is important to me. Put it there. You'll go on holiday and pay your debt also. Yeah, it's actually possible if things are sitting in one place. So, next slide. If I realize my priority is debt with the 9,000 shillings, okay? My priority is debt. Let's say I have a 5-year loan of 500,000 shillings. Yeah, so this is a 5-year loan, 500,000 shillings. Yeah? If the payments on this at the moment would be about 12,000 shillings. If I only do what the bank has told me, pay my 12,000 shillings, but you know a debt is made up of what? Principal and interest. Principal is what you borrowed, the 500,000 shillings. Interest is how the bank makes their money. Yeah? So if I only do what the bank has told me, I will end up paying 745,000 shillings at the end of the 5 years. I've borrowed 500. So interest is how much? 200 and? Can you see half your loan is interest? Yeah? Can you see now when we take loans to buy cars that are depreciating in value, why we call that, we call it consumer debt, is working against you. Because the car, after 5 years, is a car worth 500,000 shillings? Never. Yeah? So if you take a loan, it has to be, to use it properly, it has to be something that the value was over and above 745,000 shillings for the loan to actually make sense. All right? Now, if you take that lunch money, 9,000 shillings, and say, yes, I have this loan. Sometimes we need to take a loan. Sometimes we just need to have a car. Sometimes we need to do things. But to be clever is to accelerate your debt payments. Okay? So I can take that 9,000, or the figure you have in front of you, if debt is your priority, put it towards extra payments. And if you do this, anybody, please make sure you tell the bank or whatever financial institution the payments are to go towards principal. Okay? I can take those extra payments and finish the loan. Because of accelerating, I will now finish the loan in 2.5 years. Can you see you've cut off half? 2.5 years. All right? Then my interest is not 245,000, it is 110,000. Meaning my lunch money has enabled me to save 134,000 shillings. Are we together? Can you now see a map, how money talks together, and why you can't be treating one thing as separate from, your debt payment is not separate from your spending. You don't get to spend how you want, or not be aware of your spending and still think you're going to pay back debt. Yeah? So you are freed of 2.5 years, but the benefit is not only the 134,000 you have saved. The benefit is in, after 2.5 years, what money has been freed up? The 12,000 you are paying on the loan, correct? Plus the 9,000 that you are still saving up for lunch. All that can be invested and make you some good money, as you're going to now see. Are we together? Are we together? Is some debt being paid off today? Yeah, one line, I hope we're together. Now, let me make you rich on lunch money. Okay? And this one, I'll be able to get all of you guys to sort of do a rough version of this, yeah? Actually, before I do it, you know your monthly, before I explain it, take that monthly amount, like the 9,000, not the yearly amount, the 9,000, and please multiply it by 759. Don't ask questions, I'll tell you where the 759 is from. 759. The monthly one, the monthly one. Do you get a big number? Do you want me to stop here or we continue? I just leave you wondering. Okay, yeah? Even the ones who have money, I hope you still did it. And so how much more money you could have. So, I've taken a longish term investment. I've taken 20 years. I've looked at the age profile around this room. Everybody looks like they've got a good 20 plus years to go. Now, how many people 20 plus years from you do you think are sitting with 7 million shillings in cash? The people you know, but they're 20 years older. Most of them. Do you think they have, if you ask them today for 7 million shillings, they have it? No, no, they don't have it. Okay? Do you want to be the one who has it? Yeah, okay. And this is basic. We have not even gone into the investment strategies. But today we talked about money market funds. I'm not using the Zidi one specifically. I'm using an average rate of return that they're currently giving or have been giving the last couple of months. Yeah? So I'm using 10% because that's accessible. Yeah? So, if I invest my 9,000 shillings lunch money, because of the way money market funds work, and the interest, earning interest on interest is the magic of investment, yeah? At the 20 years, yeah? At a rough rate of 10%, and I'm just using basic. Now when you come to the class and we tell you shares, you can do this, properties, you can do this, etc., you'll come up with different rates of return. You will have built in that time 6.8 million shillings just from 300 bob a day. Just from 300 bob a day. Just from 300 bob a day. Okay? There's silence in the room. What is your silence about? Just from 300 bob a day. We have not tackled, but we have not tackled that the next year could be 500 bob a day. The year after could be 1,000 bob a day. The year after could be 5,000 bob a day. We have not actually factored in that you will increase that. You could, of course, you'll be able over time to keep increasing. So the thing with investing and saving, it's never about what you can do what you can do today, but plan for increasing it. We never plan to increase the amount of money. So people get stuck and, oh, but my salary is this, I can only do this today, how will it meet my future goals? Maybe today the 300 bob can't tell you how you're going to buy that house or how you're going to do this. But you've got to say, if I enter the train, then I will keep increasing it. But am I on the train or I keep diverting the train to Thika? This is how we keep diverting the train to Thika. We remove it at some point, not to continue investing. We remove it because of what? What are the things as humans that may tempt us along the way? Before it has even reached 6.8 million, you reached 1 million, you got excited. Yeah? What do we start removing it for? A car? Not that buying a car is bad, but was it on the train? Was it part of the train journey? You can buy a car separately with other things. But the fact this train journey didn't have a car in mind. Yeah? So you have an employee, then they know their work is content creation. They're good at social media. Then one day you come and tell them they're now the accountant. Yesterday they were doing Instagram posts for your business. Today they're working with KRA. Yeah, you can't do that. That's what we've been doing to our money. Yeah, so it becomes 6.8 million in assets. Yeah, now then, let's project 10 years. You're sitting with 6.8 million in assets, because this is where legacy comes in. This is where do we need to build assets and then use them? This is where the thinking comes in. If again I leave that 6.8 million and it's earning interest of 10% somewhere, that means it's giving me about almost 700,000 shillings in income per year. Can you see I'm not taking the 6.8? I'm living off the income. So 700,000 shillings a year, can it fund, what might we want to do at that time? A holiday. Can it fund the holiday? Yeah. And what is the magic you've done? You've not touched the 6.8. So it is possible. It doesn't have to take 20 years, by the way. We have seen in Centonomy some of people take 5 years to do this. It is possible on the train to eventually, at your chosen time, where you want this to have happened for you, to be earning money from your investments without you having to touch your investments. You're living off the income from your investments. Because what I saw when I started Centonomy is like, why do I have to? The business could not sustain me. I was in this. I should have had something that's there for me to be earning money I can survive on. We've just come from Uganda where we ran Centonomy 101, and someone there was saying, finally, the school fees problem we're having, because of what he started implementing, his school fees is being paid by his assets. So you start with one expense and say, I want this now to be paid. I don't want to struggle on rent. Yeah? We tell you about ABC expenses, so you're like your A, survival expenses. If I could just meet my survival, can that be handled by a strategy I can put in place? It absolutely can. So what I'm talking about is you starting to make things align to to what you actually want to do. Then if you're in other things, chamas, you make them align to this. Now we talked about someone was asking about generational wealth. Practically, this is how generational wealth happens. Can you understand past your time, you can leave the 6.8 million shillings for your children? Can you understand though, please teach them to live off the interest. So that they don't say, the folks are gone, Range Rover, here we come. And we teach you the structures so that you don't have to rely on your children doing the right thing. That's why we have wills and trusts. There are structures in which you can put this money where you're like, I'm going to fund for my children, maybe education, etc., or my grandchildren, this is etc. It is called, that is a generational wealth. Which community in Kenya has done this exceptionally well? The Asian community. Exceptionally well. But that's because they teach their kids as well how to actually do this. So that's it's not complicated. Generational wealth is created when you leave something that can work through generations. It's working through generations because people are not eating into the capital. Are we together? Are we together? Yeah? I don't want to keep you past your time. So, we don't have a money problem. We have a problem with handling our money in a disconnected way. If you could just put up the Centonomy 101 slides again. Yeah? So, we have debt here, but we have a dream. We have savings. We have black tax, but nothing is speaking to anything. We struggle with black tax because your money it's not on the train. So your boundaries about what you should say yes to and what you should say no to are not actually clear. Yeah, or at least do that, yeah? So that other people's emergencies stop being your immediate emergency as well. And when we're dealing with money, when money is all over the place, tell me about your emotional state around money. I think we described it earlier. The heavy feeling, the toxic feeling, yeah? It is because there's no clarity about how things are going. And when there's no clarity, there's no sense of control. So our problem is not that we don't have money. Our problem is that it is all over the place. Yeah? So now I want you to get, and why Centonomy existed. I said I built this course literally for me and then experimented it with other people, then it actually worked. It's how do I stop looking at money as one thing. Even I was running a business people, you have the problem of you don't pay yourself. But being in the train allowed me to separate what the business needs and separate what the business must pay me for me to survive. So even as running a business, I was like, okay, then that means the business must pay me this because I have personal financial goals that are unrelated to the business. So you start designing your life. In another way, you start telling money where to go rather than it telling you where it went. So you deal with your patterns, and it starts with your patterns. How are you actually thinking about money? You stop reacting, you stop negotiating, should I do it, should I do it? You become very clear. I was telling Philip just that I've worked with people who tell me, my budget, for example, for going out is 10K. You know how it's 10K? 5K they have, and then 5K is on Fuliza. So the budget is 10K. That's how a lot of people are working through budgeting now. No, your budget is not 10K, yeah? So, wealth is not just about trying, it's about having those choices, but where are those choices? What is that format? And starting to understand money is not one-off. How do I pay debt? Where do I save? Where do I invest? It's not a one-off answer. It works best when you put things and have understood things in one place, yeah? So it's not something you decide once a year, it's something you're practicing every single day. It's not created on one day, it's not created just on a Tuesday, it's something that becomes a real life relationship in your life. So let me take you through this again, just so that you understand, even just for yourself, the mapping, yeah? What we do here is make your money a connected system. Is everything speaking the same language as much as possible? And even those things that may not speak the language, is there a way, like through emergency funds, we can do it? King Ori did a good job of telling you what you learn. I'll tell you what happens to you. So the first one, you come and get to know your relationship with money. You will track your spending. Yeah, you will understand where you are. If I want to go to the airport and I call an Uber, can I just say, is the app just said airport? No. Does an app have to point to the location of where I am? Everybody can't just be saying airport from wherever they are. So where are you today? It is not a judgment. It is not a condemnation. I used to go to the ATM and say, withdraw money. Do you want a receipt? What do you think my answer was? No. In fact, why you've given me 2,000 bob, I don't know, I don't want to face, etc., but my friends are waiting for me. Who did not get paid, did not bank their check in time, I don't want to be part of that, yeah? So the balance, what we call a balance sheet, or net worth. It's just telling you, am I at the airport? And it just starts to point you, because now you're entering the train. But we also talked about patterns. You are doing some things without realizing. In my book, I tell my story of when I was 10 years old, my parents had a birthday party for me. I was given money. I then gave it to my father, trusting that he will invest it. It was 950 shillings then. Yeah? Those days, interest rates were crazy. Those people who are old enough will know those post-bank things, 20%. When I was 18, I asked for my bank account. I was told, hey, what money? There went my faith in money. And I went through a whole thing of just unspend. But it's a pattern. Some of you, you find yourself, you're indisciplined, but there's a pattern. There's a pattern to it. What is money is usually a symptom, not a disease. Yeah? So what's the disease? Sometimes we're just trying to keep up with others because we think that's what it means to be successful. Yeah? So you stop using feelings and start seeing facts, but again, I emphasize, without judgment. And let me tell you, once you get through this first class, you're on your way. And that time, you're going to start having a daily relationship with money. So that 300 bob, 500 bob, 100 bob, you can be realistic as to what it actually is. The next part is to just make your time value of money, what calculation I did to project. That I've used a principle called compound returns. How you become wealthy is by making sure you don't keep pulling out of your investments. If you pull out of the investments, it's so you can actually invest somewhere else. But once you pull it out to consume, you have taken yourself back years. So you try as much as possible not to pull out from your investments, yeah, until they arrive at the station that they were supposed to arrive in. So if this was a 5-year station so that you can buy some property or think that, it's okay, pull it out at the 5 years because you are very clear about it. If it was a 3-month station for school fees, then it's fine, pull it out. But don't in 1 month pull it out to buy a fridge. Yeah, you understand? Don't divert to thicker. So what was the station you gave it? Was it Mombasa? Then we get off at Mombasa. Okay, are we clear? So people start now saying, okay, my anxiety was coming from not understanding how this will work. Here you'll also get a lot of people are in gig economy, creative economies. You earn irregular income. You start getting, my income is irregular. How do I manage that? Emergencies do happen, but the fact that an emergency is going to happen in your life is not a surprise. Are we clear? It will happen. So what do? To the best of our ability, we have an emergency fund. Something that if you don't have a job coming in the next 3 months, or you lose your job, or you're sick, do you have money that you can fall back on for 3 months as you figure things out? Yeah? So what we do is give you that safety net. I've talked about that's why the train then goes to debt. Before we do those two things, we can't get into debt because you'll be stuck asking, how do I pay my debt? By now, we enter the class and people have seen the answer. Yeah, we have a lady just the other day from $65,000. She has completely cleared her debt in 3 years. $65,000 in debt, 3 years. She has completely. But because her train is going somewhere, she's still carrying lunch from home and starting to invest. You can clear even $65,000 in debt, and then you go and take more debt, okay? So you stop fearing the numbers because I hope today you can see you can accelerate. So for us, it's about how do we accelerate debt and get you to use the debt the right way if you're actually doing it. Because a lot of people go to that class and say, when I can calculate it, I can control it. I finally know which debt first. There's a method towards even accelerating it more. You don't do all debts at the same time. Yeah? Then, I love this class. I personally came up with this class. It's called Living Abundantly. You know why? Because I took my lunch money and went on holiday. What is your version of living abundantly? When you say, I am wealthy, what does that mean for you? And we are all different. And let me give you permission. You are allowed to want what you want, but let it enter the train. And we do this so that it comes from you. You want a car? By this time, go for it. But don't buy things because other people are buying it, and you start being aware, what decisions am I making because they are truly meaningful for me? Or what decisions am I making so I have to keep up with the Joneses, yeah? So we are connecting money to your identity in a way that it works for you. In my book, I write, money is a tool for your life, but in itself, it's not the life. You can have 10 million and then you'll still want 30 million, yeah? But what is it that you wanted to do with the 10 million, yeah? So you start moving away from pressure. Then the next part are the assets, the investments, whether it's treasury bills, bonds, unit trusts, property stocks. How do they work for me, given the train I am on? It may be different for somebody else. Then how do I protect them? Then how do I leave them to the next generation? Or even when I'm alive, what are the things I can do with them? And of course, as King Ori said, taxes. Yeah, how do I plan for the appropriate taxes that are going to be in my way? Or where might I also be inefficient with taxes because of misinformation? There's some things we can get a relief on, yeah? And that part, we call it you're building your factory so that the factory starts working for you. Whether you show up at work or your business, the factory is working for you. Then we integrate this all into your financial plan. It's basically telling you this is how your train journey is going to actually be. And at the end, we'll be giving you an online tool that you can continue using to continue helping you be a wealth planner for you. And we do this not in isolation. You become part of a bigger Centonomy community. Past the class, we have what we call Centonomy privilege, which is continuous learning. We put you in groups for accountability to actually work together and take you to see various experts or professionals in certain things so that your wealth building, because then you become builders of wealth. You're no longer learning, you're builders of wealth, so that your wealth building journey continues. So why I started Centonomy is really to provide a platform where this becomes interconnected. I've seen it work in my money. I've seen it work in my business. There's some of you asking about the entrepreneurship program I saw online. We do the same thing, but with your business, and you can ask for details outside. But my desire for you, yeah, whatever your decision is that you stop living by default and start living deliberately. I'm inviting you to attend Centonomy for us. It's infrastructure for daily life. It's not a budgeting class, then a savings class, then a financial literacy class. It's infrastructure for life. And we've said this is a year of clarity, control, and direction. Okay. In this journey, my train journey personally, I want you to understand something that was brought about. You will realize you are not one thing. You see, sometimes we feel limited because we think we can only do one thing. 16 years ago, had you told me, first of all, this would happen with Centonomy, then I sit on boards, then I podcast, then I've written a book, I wouldn't have believed it. But once you're on an intentional journey, you start seeing things. King Ori talked about non-financial assets that we go through, things that just came with you that are possibly so powerful in the journey of wealth creation that you want to take, and not just about wealth, that it's about purpose, yeah? So I pray for all of you, not just to create wealth, but to create wealth that actually guides you in your life of purpose, that it can be a tool for your life of purpose. Already you have partnered with us, already you're in our community, and for those who will join the class, we will get to work with you a lot more and create the infrastructure. My book is on sale. I'll be outside signing copies. It's a story book. It has my story, but it takes you through the train journey of money through various people's personal stories. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah?
Thank you very much, Waceke. So, good people, let's acknowledge the great work that she has done for us. So, Waceke, we want to have just a quick Q&A. So, one of the first questions is, how do I manage black tax?
Even me, I wish I had the complete answer to that. Yeah? One, I think it's going to start from first, before that black tax comes in, be very clear of what it is that you want, okay? Because what happens is when you're very clear, my goals dictate that I save 20,000 shillings a month. I'm not saying that it may not affect it. I'm just saying you will think twice, at least, yeah? You will think twice. Then ask yourself, why? What is my reason for giving this black tax? Is it people who honestly are close to me and I feel it is my responsibility to help them? Then understand that's okay, but understand as part of your plan, you have to accept that you have decided to take responsibility for whoever may be in your life. And sometimes it's unavoidable. It's elderly, parents, and etc. But even with that responsibility, what is going to be the limit towards it? Then, I'm just telling you the theoretical, then I come to the practical of how to do these conversations, yeah? Then the other side is, who is in my life who's actually not, they are able. Because a lot of black tax I've now realized is coming from people who are honestly able, but they have become dependent. Correct? They could go out work. They could go out get a job. They could go out hustle, but they don't to actually do it. They are online and sitting at home watching TV the whole day, but then it is my responsibility to fund you. Yeah? So put a time limit with them. Say after 3 months, I'm cutting you off. Or it is going to strategically reduce by this and this amount. What has worked as I've worked with people through the class is some of these sensitive conversations, which need to happen, even with parents. You don't have unlimited funds, correct? There still needs to be, I can do X amount, and if you feel you're not the person to have the conversation, think through your relatives or close friends of your parents that you may trust, or close friends of that person who can help you with the sensitive conversations. Okay? But the boundary starts with you and understanding I need to do it, and understanding if I don't do this for myself that I'm taking money away. When you have money in savings, it does not mean you have that money is available. Okay? It just means it's on savings for a certain reason. Just because I have money does not mean it is available to you. We have to make that difference. I have money, it's just not available to you. So I'll say no, because I don't have money to give you. You are not in my plan. Yeah, okay.
No, thank you. Thank you very much, Waceke. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will be having Waceke with us. So if you have any other question, if you have any other comment you want to dive into, please feel free to engage with her. I want to invite you to stay on for 2 minutes. We're coming to the tail end. I told you I have how many books to give away? 3. How many have I given away? So how many are left? Good, so I have 2. Do we have Elizabeth Kasiku Kituku with us? Elizabeth Kasiku Kituku, we don't have you with us? No worries. So we will reach out to her. She was the first person to register today at 9:45 a.m. So Elizabeth, as you're watching us, this is for you. So I receive it on your behalf. Excellent. The second book I want to give out today, quick-fire question. First hand that goes up. What was the theme for today? Excellent. The lady next to in black, yes. Excellent. Please come on stage and receive your book from the author herself. May it bless the journey that you're on. Maybe I could invite you just to step. Steve is there. Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you, Waceke. We really appreciate you and the journey that you have taken us on. A couple of the things that I really loved about what Waceke said. No worries.
Anybody who wants to, we have a podcast called Making Sense Conversations. So if you want to hear my voice a bit more, we have a lot of stuff we've done on Making Sense Conversations. You can actually, that's a QR code. You can actually join the podcast and have loads more and hear what we've been doing about money as well. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Waceke. Let's acknowledge her and just say thank you. Excellent, excellent, excellent. A couple of the things I really enjoyed about what she said. Being deliberate. Whatever it is you want to do, you want to go on holiday, be deliberate. It's the car, be deliberate about it. We are about the transitions of life. Life is happening to us. One day you have a job, another day you don't. One day you have money, another day you don't. And if you've noticed the journey that we've taken you on today, it's really been about personal journeys. Everybody has been sharing about their journey. So it is your money, your map. Lastly, awareness. Do you know how much you have? Do you realize that 300 shillings can make you a millionaire? Sounds good? Excellent. Now, have you guys enjoyed the day? A lot of information. Good information? You've enjoyed it? Fantastic. Now, we keep time. So we are at the end. We are at the end. Sounds good? Are you happy about that? Have you spent the day well? Excellent. So as we close out, allow me just to make a couple of announcements. Waceke spoke about a couple of events that are coming up. We have a teens program that's coming up next week. This same place, we'll have an entrepreneurs chat. Come through, invite people to engage. Please continue to speak to us on our social media. We will have the other 3 scholarships available for those who will be on that platform. We also have Waceke will be present. Her book is also being sold at 1,000 shillings out there. Please feel free to get the book, but also engage with us. We have a whole team that's out there. Register and hear more stories and testimonials. I'll also be around to speak to you from a trainer's perspective around what we can do and how the journey is. And I want to thank you most sincerely for taking time to be present here, to be on the platforms. We really, really appreciate each and every one of you. So, give yourselves. King Ori says, do a dab, do a dab, do a dab. You know, have some attitude. Yeah, that's it. Give it a lean. These guys, you don't have a lean. Give it a lean. Give it a lean. Thank you. Without you, would not have been able to have a successful day. We appreciate each and every one of you. We want to appreciate Safaricom that was part of helping us put this together. And also for Aliya and Gitau, who took the time just to be present here. We want also to appreciate Phil and Waceke for speaking. We appreciate All Saints and the team that has enabled all the logistics that have been here to come through and enable us to have this day. With that, ladies and gentlemen, may I invite us to stand so that we can give thanks to God who has given us life and enabled us to be here this day. And Father, Lord, we are grateful. Grateful that you have taken us on a journey this morning into this afternoon where we've been determining a roadmap for each and every one of us, how my money speaks into my map, and to be able to walk that journey with clarity, with confidence and control. And Lord, as we end, I pray for these good people who are here, those who are joining us on our platforms, Lord, that you would be with each and every one of them. And as they map out the 2026, that indeed it would be their year to have clarity around what it is they want to do with their money, clarity around the things that are important to them, the confidence to be able to engage, and ultimately, Lord, the tools to control and be able to achieve. For we give thanks in your precious Son's name. Amen, amen, amen. It's been an absolute pleasure to have been your MC this day. My name is King Ori, and I wish you a wonderful, wonderful afternoon. As you step out, please feel free to engage with the team. Take more photos. Please share them on our social media, and we'll be looking forward to seeing you on the 5th of February. Goodbye, and God bless.